Hello, and welcome back. Some good old programming. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Hope everyone had a good weekend as well. We are back after a little bit of a break, as, the last 2 days have been a thing. I've been trying to do my best to rest. Coming off the marathon. Woohoo. Wild times. But we're back to the normal. We're back to normal. So, I was actually going to set up a pretty intensive plan moving forward. Haven't had the time or energy for that, admittedly, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah. If you're wondering, I'm still fairly tired. I have been all over the place, yeah. So yeah, we're back at it though. So, let's have a little look-see at, my game and see where we're at. I was just doing some cleanup. As you can see here, for example, it's not technically liking the color inputs, but it's fine with it as it's hashed numbering. So I'm slowly just gonna do that with it all. It was always the intention was to eventually customize them out properly, but I was being lazy. Apologies. Okay, so what we're left with at the moment is need to go through and fix Cinder's tooltips. There's a few tooltips we need to fix. Actually, where's my notebook? Here it is. I believe I was writing down a bunch of them last time that we were going through and saw a bunch. So I do have a list there. So tooltips need to be sorted out. EX needs to be added for both Cinder and Matara. EXs probably just need to be like soft done up across the board. That's something I think is definitely the case. And there are some sprite assets that I'd like to clean up and fix up. Aside from that, okay. So I'm gonna start making a soft list of things to do. So let's see. Sprite updates. Tips updates. EX. Add. Slash. Shadow improvements. I have something that I wanted to kind of do with shadows. Someone suggested something at one point, and I've been thinking over it. And it was kind of return of an old system, but I wanted to approach completely differently to hopefully edit in nicer. Aside from that, I mean, like, that doesn't look great when I hover over that. Like, the spacing and everything doesn't look amazing. So there's an argument to be made there about that. I think it's when we have a icon is the issue, because the text is fine. It's the icon. Okay, so uh hmm. Okay, and that's working fine. There we go. I know that one goes a little bit behind me, but that's just correct lockout of modifiers, because I believe we've talked about it before. One of the intentions was with the modifiers is that you wouldn't see repeats in the lobby, right? So if I was hovering over... well, the game's closed now, but if I was hovering over one of the portals and I went to another portal, like, if I went to one portal and then went to another, there shouldn't be any modifiers in that are shared. That's something that I did kind of want to try and have be the case. So, with that being, so I'm pretty confident saying this should be everything we need to do for the next soft update, right? This is all that I want to get done, and I will do nothing more than these. Anything else is just subtle cleanup or improvement across the board. This is what I actually need to be working on. In terms of priority, probably these two are priority 1. Then this would be priority 2, priority 3. These would be priority 4. And then this would be priority 5. So I'm actually gonna just quickly screen cap this for my own benefit. Later down the line. So yeah, these are the main priorities. There is a couple of things I'm going to be doing that go away from that or deviate away from that. There's one character that's going to potentially be pushed up in terms of when they will be getting done to potentially this update. Not as a replacement for any character, mind you, as an additional one. We are probably going to release 5 characters this update, just because of how long it is going to have been that we've been working on this. So that might be a character we will put a little bit of work into designing at some point. Where are you? There. Cool. It is a character that is on the waiting list, but because of certain external factors to the game, in a sense, I'm going to be accelerating them a little bit. So, if that's been the case, what would we say? Sprite updates and boss assets. So, I might do some work on at least a boss for now. It's going to be a lot of asset work for a while, I feel. Vast majority of this week. So that's kind of why I'll have the other character being a design outlet to give me something to work on that might keep me a little bit engaged at certain moments. I was working on Knife Doggo last time. Yeah. Alright. Oh, sorry. My brain is still, like, in the, like, what would be the wording for it? Groggy. Groggy is what I'm looking for. And so I'm looking at the art and I'm like, I'm just not getting there with it. I'm not seeing what I need to do right now. So, you know what? I'm going to do a little bit of that design now. Being naughty. So you might wonder, which character in this list here are we pushing a little bit forward? So there is someone that has helped me out quite a lot with trying to afford my PC parts and stuff like that. And they loosely made a reference at one point that, knowing that I do commission stuff, that they might commission me for something at one point. Now, I've remembered that very clearly, and I was like, well, I do intend on doing that character anyway. So I see no problem with this. The thing is, I've felt really bad because I haven't given back to them at all, and I want to make a very high quality thing, and I thought this would be a nice way to not only give back to them, but also progress an aspect in the game. Now, what is this convoluted story going towards? There is a specific VTuber that they wanted to see done. And that is Doki. So, I'm gonna work on Doki in a loose sense for now, and then we will go get back to the art once my brain's warmed up a little bit. Which is mildly funny, by the way, for one aspect that there's an argument to be made that this is 2 rainbow retirees, so that's funny. Got my first short of you? Oh god, one of my shorts? Oh no. At some point I will go back and start doing those, I swear. It's probably one of my goals for the new year, is to actually, like, focus on this channel and take it a little bit more seriously. That's one thing. But, it was IRLU. My mind was like, wait, I know that voice. Who is this man? Took me 1 second to realize who it was. To be fair, all of my shorts should be IRL me, because I've not been doing any shorts for a long time. And I haven't been VTubing for that long, right? So yeah, it is fascinating. I should get into it though. I should really lock down and figure out a good answer to how I should approach getting my YouTube shorts done again. And branching out to other channels like fucking the Snappy Chats and the Tiki Talks and that stuff. The things that the kids use nowadays. Which I think I made a Snapchat account so I could download the app and use one filter on it for shits and giggles, and then uninstalled it. Didn't even, like, use it to actually think. I just had the filter active, and that was it, because I wanted to see how bad it was. Probably start slow since you're... I mean, it's one of those things of, I just need to find a way of doing it, and then I'll be fine. Right? That's why I kind of want to use the Twitch integration systems for that, because, fun little fact, Twitch streams, if you clip them, those clips on there, I can edit them to basically be YouTube shorts inside of Twitch. So I can pretty much be done in like a quarter of the time. And I can expedite the process. The problem is that requires the shorts to be made, like the clips to be made. And I'm really not on board with that because at this stage, because the button I have for clipping on my Stream Deck means that I clip at that moment, which is technically incorrect because delay, right? There's a few seconds or so delay. Sometimes it puts it off by enough of a margin that it makes it look really weird, and I'd have to re-clip, basically. And I don't really want to go through the process of having to download all of my streams again and doing all that such. It was not a fun process doing it that way, I have to say. But it's something that maybe I'll just, again, I need to find a process for it, right? That makes it not unbearable and relatively reliable and easy for me. Some form of logic behind it. Alright. Yeah, like it's a weird one, right? Because again, it's not to say that it's difficult or anything. The old system took more time out of the streams than I would have liked. Something that I will always acknowledge is like the amount of times, especially with those shorts, you would see at the end of them is me moving to the side to start writing down the timestamp. I just don't think that that was very fun. And it became like this thing of it's like, oh, he's clipping and all that, and it just didn't really feel right. I would prefer them to feel more organic. So that's definitely an important part of it. So it's an interesting one to try and find the right answer for being able to do that. All right. So for high set, she's strong enough for gaming in general, especially shooter and retro. It's loud and chaotic. Doki also has a cute, wholesome side that becomes especially noticeable when drawing or making bentos and getting the road to get moe. She's very hardworking and often goes to great lengths to support her fellow VTubers. Yeah. She has multiple birthdays? Sure. By agreement, she can only rob each bank or museum once per year. This limits her income, so she draws out on the side. She robbed a bank for a second time within 1 year. As a result, the bank called the authorities 1 month later. It was not seen 2 more years after that. Okay. That's that thing, yeah. She's stolen them from a lab. Sometimes they take along with her on hives. Okay. God, it's been so long that I've seen the this one, the Blood Hunter, I think it's called, right? Version of her that I've forgotten what like the old design looked like. Bounty Hunter, sorry, yes, Bounty Hunter, that's what it's called. She is secretly a tomato. Fair. Trophies are a remark because it's got like her hair. She calls her manager Mr. Man. Mr. Man team was introduced, including Mr. Man, Little Man, and Consultant Man. her meme hashed it, and it was created on accident when tried to create a text source in OBS Studio. Jeez. She has a dog she calls Doki Amber Doge, sometimes forming the acronym DAD. Oh, for God's sakes. She received her first play button. She allowed her to chat, choose what name to put onto the plaque. And so she picked Doki FPS VTuber FBTTVUYT as a joke. That's great. For her second model, she shares her character design with Alara. Yeah. Character design of that. Yeah. Interesting. I feel like I'm gonna use the normal one as her default, not the bounty hunter. The bounty hunter definitely feels more like a skin, even though it's like her default that she uses most of the time. But it's more of a pay homage to her original concepting. What's the little guy on her head? I'm not gonna lie, I feel completely out of the loop. I have no idea who the little guy on her head is. Hong Kong Canadian. I did not know that. I think I knew about the Canadian, I did not know the Hong Kong part. That is true. Okay. Oh, I did not know about that. Cool. That fucking face. Oh, that clip is so good still. Oh, that fucking clip is still so fucking good. Oh god, every time. Like, okay, so as I have got here, very crit focused, also mount can crit her area modifier on cast for weapons. I like the idea of this. I'm interested to see what we'll do for that. So that's got to be her passive, is the crit area modifiers. Um. Something simple like that, I think. It's gonna really blast her power out of control, by the way. Just wanted to say that. I'm probably not gonna give her any more amount, or any more area-related stuff. We might give her some amount, but I don't know. I mean, we could get that as her ability, right? Is that, I'm trying to think. Hmm. Ugh. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember how to fucking spell eagle. Good lord. I actually like that. I like that a lot. This is already like a very interesting, cohesive concept. Cool. So we've got the item, which is grants just a little bit of crit chance, and then critical damage is increased by a bit of your crit chance. Nice, soft improvement. Can be quite potent under a lot of circumstances. Not going to scale too obscenely out of control, especially knowing that I'm keeping this value very low, but it means that you get value out of increasing your crit chance. Keep in mind, by the way, the game is designed in a way to handle over the top crit. So if you hit 100% crit chance, you're guaranteed to crit. If you hit over 100% crit chance, you're going to have a chance to get a double crit, right? So keeping that in mind, a lot of crit chance, a lot upfront. That's really, really potent. I like that. I think that's actually a nice ability there. Keeping in mind, again, abilities are kind of supposed to be on the lower scale of power. The idea with this one is that it supplements the build quite nicely, and it improves upon her already really, really good abilities, but doesn't blow them out of the water. I'm actually quite happy with that. The weapon, I'm thinking it's going to be the pistol, but I'm not sure how I want to approach it. Because like, it's got to be a gun. I don't think it's up for debate at all that Doki's main weapon has to be some form of gun. What it is though, I don't know. Like, do I just make it that she fires like a bullet and then it can increase in amount? I have an idea. I have a really silly idea. There we go. I think that's a cool way of approaching it. So, to explain the weapon that we've got there. So, Bounty Hunter's Pistol. Fire a projectile in random direction, stopping a first target hit. Levels increase the number of projectiles and its pairs. If used by Doki, instead fire in the target direction. This means that I can actually load the weapon with quite a lot more power than I normally might. Just to give Doki a lot more of a powerful and potent early game, but also not making it so it's an extremely good weapon universally. Right? I think that's kind of cool. Gives us a little bit of a weird and wacky way, because we've already kind of started introducing the concept of things working better or more effectively, just in general, on the relative character. And I'm always down for introducing that kind of concept. I think that's awesome. But I want to kind of keep that to the lighter side when I can. This, I think, is not going to shift how the weapon works completely, but it changes the weapon from being one thing to slightly another. And I think that's kind of cool. EX, I have a very silly idea for this one, and this one's one that I don't know how I will do. But, there we go. So, to explain this one, I like the idea of this. It's kind of basically, Doki will jump out of the screen, you'll go into kind of a target system, target reticle, and you can use that target reticle to fire at a location, dealing a big blast of damage kind of thing. It's kind of like a sniper effect. And you get so many shots after a certain amount of time, or your last shot, you'll jump back in. You're invulnerable during the entire period of time. I like the idea of this a lot. This sounds really, really fun. I should probably put in... We're probably gonna have a slight delay between the shots, just to give the player time and stuff, as well as realistically. You got 6 shots, you get 10 seconds, you gotta be a bit smart. Special ability, they can't copyright Dragoons. God damn it. You know, there's a point there. I mean, I could make that the passive, I'm not gonna lie. What should the assist be, though? Bonus crit and crit damage? Well, I mean, she's already got that. That's the entire idea of her kit, is she's very crit focused. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could make a joke about it in the passive. I don't see a problem with that. But very softly. How about can't keep a Dragoon down? For the passive. Because the passive is weapons can crit the area modifier, increasing the area by percentage of the crit damage. Right? I think that's a nice soft reference to it that doesn't potentially create any weirdness. But I think is still paying homage to that entire endeavor. I mean, I would have put in can't keep a good Dragoon down, but I feel like I'm already probably going to be over my word limit point with just this alone. But yeah, like, I do like the idea with Doki here, so that, again, Bounty Hunter's Pistol, I think, is nice and flavorful. I think Eagle Eye is nice and flavorful. I think all of this is. Back to Hole I go. Alright, fair enough. Catch you later, Roger. Well, I mean, sort of. You'll be around, I'm sure, in someone's wall. What should the assist be, though? Maybe just kind of like a weak version of the EX, but you don't target it. That might be an aspect. How is the sleeping? Dude, I wish I was still asleep right now. I'm still feeling on the groggy side. More sleep. Man, more sleep. That's why I'm doing the design right now, not art, because my brain is not in the right space to do art at all. Whereas design can help me warm up. Once it's warmed up, I'll go back to art. Promise more sleep for everybody. Fuck, I wish. Dude, if I was president, do you have any idea how much, like, universal income and 4-day weekdays would become, like, mandatory? And by the way, okay, not to get, like, really extreme with anything, but do you know the problem with, like, misunderstandings around the concept of universal income and evidence that I have to the contrary? So, fun little thing. One of the main complaints about universal income is, oh, it's just going to create people that are lazy. Okay. So? They're alive. What's the problem? Instead, you're going to get people that... So if you give a universal income, you give it to a point where they can live without jeopardizing their beliefs, and without jeopardizing their dignity, right? Now, there's a huge argument there of what does that quantify as. It gets difficult. But, like, there's that aspect, right? But the thing is, you give them that point, and then you give them all the opportunities to do jobs. But in the process, it means that there's also more room for people to be creative and be able to create and play around with different ideas, which actually causes a larger scale amount of innovation than what we've ever seen, really. Because, yeah, don't get me wrong, there's going to be a portion of the population that just sits there and lives on that bare minimum. and is content. But then there's going to be that portion that go further, and the people that go further are going to do so much more because they're enabled to do so. Then you just create better atmospheres to try and help motivate people, gamify things like that. All of a sudden you're seeing a lot more productivity and a lot more people doing stuff, and they don't have to work as often, so that means that they can still spend more of their time with people, socializing with people that they care about, and pursuing hobbies and other endeavors. Yes, I have thought a lot on that. Just thought I'd dump that out, because it's something that bugs me a lot when I hear someone talk about negatively about universal income, because it's just like benefit bashing is the term for it over here. I don't know if it's the case other places, because we have what's called the benefit, given to us by the Ministry of Social Welfare and Development or something like that, which is work and income basically, yeah. And one of our governmentary parties is very well known for benefit bashing, because they're like, oh, everyone on the benefit's lazy and doesn't want to get a job. It's like, no, vast majority do. They just don't know what they want to do. They've got choice paralysis. They can't find great options. There's a list of things. In fact, I've worked with people from there, and I even applied to actually be someone that worked there. And one of the things I learned while I was there was, simply put, the vast majority of people want to go and get a job. They just can't think themselves into that job. They can't do that. They need that assistance. And it's about enabling themselves, not anything else. So it's like that's actually the case. It's not people wanting to be lazy. And I'm not going to say there isn't a portion of people that do that, but that's semantic argument at that point. You want to really complain? Instead of benefit bashing, fucking hit the people that don't pay taxes. I'm having a real hard time finding a job right now. Yeah, and that's the thing. We're in a fucking world where it's really hard to get a job. And then you just hear people, oh, just go get, like, a shitty one. It's like, okay, but when it's so shitty that you genuinely have to, like, degrade yourself for it, is that a good thing? Now, it's okay to have a job like that temporarily, but not long term, and not, like, I've said myself, what I'm going to probably end up doing once I move is I'm going to get my license, go get a fucking moped, and then just go do Uber Eats in my spare time. Right? Because, like, that way I get a little bit of money off to the side. And hopefully make it so I can live a little bit more safe and comfortably. Because I have to. But just, yeah. Because, yeah, no, property costs in New Zealand are fucking annoyingly painful for how much money we have available to us. So, yeah, that's why I sit there and look at that stuff and I get annoyed. Could I go get a shitty, night-fill job? Probably, but, like, my health would not survive that for very long. Could I do customer services again? Sure, but again, outside of, unless the timings are good for it, and the pay is, like, acceptable, probably not worth it. The Uber one, at least, like, there's a few arguments there that, like, can get a reasonable-ish amount of money out of it. And it gives me opportunity to learn how to drive a little bit more on that kind of vehicle. Because I think long term I am going to get a motorbike. I don't know if I've talked about this on stream, but like I don't like cars. I don't like them at all. Actually, no, I think I have talked about this on stream. Yeah, I don't like cars. I don't like any of that. So I am intending to go down like the motorbike route. And it just gives me an opportunity to go around with that kind of vehicle stuff in mind. That's why like Uber is really good for that, because in a sense, like I just get practice. And it's like very low customer interaction, right? It's like, here's your food, bye. Thanks for the money. Which is far more my speed. And having like a 3-hour window around like dinner time probably is enough to like justify it, right? Right, I don't think we're gonna do too much more with Doki here. I think this is pretty much what she would want for her build. I actually feel very happy with this design of her. So again, to re-go through what her kit does, weapon is fire a projectile in random direction, stopping at first target hit. Levels increase the number of projectiles and its pierce. But if it's used by Doki, instead it fires in the targeted direction, so it becomes an actual like straight shot thing instead of a shoot in a random direction. Makes it arguably better. Under most situations it will be just better, but like this will be a nice solid upgrade that makes it's still playable, it's still reasonable externally, especially if you're doing a projectile build. It would be quite a nice thing to be able to have it fire off normally. But so I feel like on Matara or something, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. In fact, it would probably be quite decent because you'd get a shitload of projectiles, right? Then her item is you gain crit chance, and then you gain crit damage equal to 25% of your crit chance. This number can be tweaked around easily. So it basically means you get crit damage for crit chance, and you get a little bit of crit chance to get you going. Then passive, you get your area modifier can get increased by your crit damage. Now, I probably should explain that better. We're going to word it a little bit better. It's literally just going to be additional area, not like overall modifying value. So what I mean by that is like the equation would likely be for area. Say your base area is 1.75. Then we typically, what is it again? It's, we times it by the area modifier. So say you've got 5% area. What will likely be the case is that it will probably, the modifier will probably slot into this value here. So it will be an addition. So I just need to find a way to add that in. Which shouldn't be too hard. It's a little bit of finicky work, but it's a bit of finicky work that I feel like should actually lead to pathways and avenues to improve the overall systems. Because we've already added some similar stuff with crit chance and crit damage. We have inherent crit chance and crit damage and modifying from the weapon itself. So if the weapon says you get more crit damage, it does actually give you some crit damage only for that weapon, right? And that's what we want with this. We want it per cast because it's based on you can critically strike your effect. Now the question becomes, do we make the critical strike effect of that based on if it actually crit, So when it crits, it's bigger, or is it independent of that, and it means that it can crit and then it can crit the area? This becomes a difficult question in some regards. I'm not actually sure, because there's also certain weapons where that won't work because they crit based on tick, or like on instance of damage, all these sorts of things. So I might have to make it an independent value for that. Then her ability, I haven't named it yet, but we'll get to that maybe at some point. Same with her EX and assist, but regardless. Her ability is you gain, when you crit, gain movement speed and a little bit of health regen for a portion of time. The idea of that one will be, it's probably constantly refreshing in the late game. Just basically means you have a little bit more movement speed and a little bit of health regen. Again, keeping in mind, it is 9 health regen. While that is a decent amount, that's not going to break the bank. Keeping in mind that base regen will be expected to be around 5. So that is kind of why I think that's okay. I could pull that back if I think it's getting too much, but I want it to be a notable enough amount. Again, it's to kind of incentivize kiting. Kind of, that's what her kit will probably have a bit as a benefit, is that she can kite around a little bit and keep out of damage, which means that stuff like the Monarch's, Timeline Binding will probably be a little bit better on her, because that's cooldown reduction and area modifier, and if we introduce more things like that in the future. I could introduce something like that here, say with the crit damage is increased by crit chance is only the case when her health is full or she hasn't taken damage. I don't think that's necessary with her kit. I think that's adding more complexity and more unnecessary conditions to meet than is necessary, because the idea of having that kind of effect would be that I can increase the power level. I don't actually want to increase the power level of that. I think it's already really, really decent, and I think it's better to keep as a simple plateau. Then her EX, again, the jump off screen turns into basically a sniper game for a moment. I like the idea of that. I think it's nice, cleanly thematic, and gives me a lot of room to do some weird and silly little things with it. Then, yeah, the rest of it is kind of like pretty self-explanatory, and then the assist is basically it fires off 4 of those same shots that the ult would, except it's targeted itself, you don't target it. So 4 powerful shots at the largest groups of enemies on screen. There obviously will be a small delay between each of them, so it will actually like kind of recalibrate after each shot. It will detect which is the large groups, and it will go from there. I like this. I think this is pretty cool. We can probably implement this all relatively fast as well. That's the benefit. Arguably the hardest part to implement will be this passive, and some of the EX, but again, EXs are getting kind of pushed back until I've come up with a good rework to how I approach EXs in general. Right? I think that's something that needs to be acknowledged, is that EXs at the moment are not sitting in a very well situated spot. I think a lot of the programming around them is a little rough and needs to be streamlined for long-term usage. So, with that being the case, I think we go back to art now. Now, again, to go back to explaining why I'm even doing the Doki Bird and pushing this a lot further forward. So there is someone that has helped contribute quite a lot of money towards my PC out of just the kindness of their heart, and they softly made a joke at one point about commissioning me to make a Doki icon, like a profile pic for them. And I said, well, I do intend on doing Doki Bird at some point anyway. So yeah, no, I mean, that will probably just get, like, added in. Simply put, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to do both of Doki's outfits, and then I might do a third secret outfit, with that being the icon for that person and having that skin set aside so they can actually get it in the game. There's going to be a couple of skins that I'm going to probably make very particularly for certain individuals, just so they have them and no one else, as a little thank you to them for contributing towards the game the way that they have. In particular, there's one person that I can reference that will probably get a skin of some kind or some cosmetic just because they've been one of the main playtesters of the game, and I cannot thank them enough because they have found a vast majority of a lot of the issues and bugs that I had missed and helped me improve the game incredibly. Like, I have DMs with them that are literally just like, hey, I found this little issue, and I think this was the case, this was the case, this was the case, yada yada yada. And that's beyond massive for me. Like, finding crashes, finding all sorts. They've been there for a lot of this game, so I thank them very much for that, and that is Banky, if anyone's wondering. Banky has done a lot for that. There's other people as well that have contributed and done some awesome stuff, and like I said, I'll find ways to repay them if I can. Specifically, it will probably be mainly cosmetics in the game, right? And it will be ones that are just straight up not visible to anyone else, and nor will ever be obtainable unless they have a specific name on, like, Steam or something like that. And that's not to, like, say people shouldn't get these things. Maybe I'll make it so they're available later. But at least for the initial stages, the aim is to give back to those kinds of people. It's just something that I've always liked the idea of with games that I do, is that, like, think of it like how Excalibur Prime and Warframe is unobtainable. You can never obtain Excalibur Prime because it is a locked-in feature for those that helped the game out early on by purchasing, like, a special version of it. I think it's like a collector's version or whatever. And they've always had that as a lock-in. They're safe, they're fine. Right? No one else can get that. They can't do a giveaway, they can't do anything because of legal restrictions. It's part of the contracting for it. I like the idea of giving certain people that sort of treatment where it's like, look, you have contributed to this game a lot, here's something as a reward. And since this game is soft multiplayer, and when I say soft multiplayer, it is multiplayer, you can play with other people, having that one or two thing that they can, like, jump into the game and go, hey, I have this, and everyone like, how did you get this? Like, well, I contributed to the game by doing this or that. It's like, oh shit, that's pretty awesome. Again, I want to stress, the people that I'm doing this for did not give me money for the game. The person that has given me money has given me it for PC, and I thought this would be a nice way of repaying them because I would be making the icon for them. And that is, again, independent of the thing, but I can kind of co-benefit from it. That's why I say, like, Banky's also getting something. I do need to ask them, do they have a particular VTuber or something like that they would like to see. I'm gonna flick them a message. Out of nowhere, they get a question. Alright, let's get back to Doggo. Alright. So something I've been really learning, as well, by the way, with this the stuff I've been doing and general art stuff, is funnily enough, um, it's really hard to notice when you just reduplicate certain things to the other side like that. If you shade it correctly and then do any additional alterations that you find necessary. So it's actually, there's a lot of easy and simple ways to cheat. So yeah, that's something that I've definitely learned, how to expedite and easy, and slim down the process. Make things a lot easier. Sorry, flashing image warning there, I guess. Front of legs. There we go. And a head. Oops. There we go. Project Malady. Ooh. Good to know. You weren't here earlier to find out why I was asking that question, were you? Haha. Let's see. So, such about the question. I'm actually quite content answering it. Simply put, it's the same with, yeah. It's the same with Shippy. That's all you need to know. It's kind of the same logic behind that. So, when you see what happens to Shippy, realize that's gonna happen to you, and you're gonna fucking deal with that. Doggo be vibing. There we go. That's way too fast. It's very funny. But you'll probably find out in like 2-3 weeks properly, I'd say. That's probably how long it's gonna take. Yeah. Gotta get these bosses done, man. Gotta get the bosses done. At least we've got the idol now, and I should say that potentially the walk animation shouldn't take me an excessive amount of time. The only other argument is if I want to do like a cool slash animation or not. I might leave that till later, though. Just get the main idol and walk going, so we can at least have this done. Move on to the next one. But no, Banky, you missed out on the talk about the Doki bird getting added. Yeah, gonna add her soon. Alright. I mean, it's not too extreme. It's literally just the basic design, which I think she came out very well. I'm happy with what I've done for it. Crit focus, lots of crit chance, lots of crit damage, lots of silliness around crit and things. I do think that the passive name we came up with was funny. Thanks, Roger, for giving me the idea for that, which is can't keep a dragoon down. You know, subtle references. Subtle references. Definitely not yeah. I mean, her community are called dragoons. Like, what do you expect? It's actually really nice designing characters like that, especially something as simple and linear like that. Again, not trying to say that the kit actually ends up being simple. It actually offers some really interesting gameplay because it means that you could go for high damage crit based synergy. You could go for area based synergy, where your crits really add up there. And then you'd want to try and find a way to just get base damage. There's a lot of interesting ways to do that kit. There's a lot of interesting ways, and that's something that I am happy with because it means that she's got a lot of options available to her, and that's cool. That's a really great way of approaching a character. That's why Mume is so cool to me, is because at the end of the day, she functions in a very specific position of role, but like weirdly able to do a lot of different things and creates a lot of different carry opportunities. Which is something that I think is very important. There is a weapon that I really want to make. And I'm trying to think of a character that would fit with it. Do I have that weapon in this list? Kinda, no, a bit more than that. There is a weapon from the League of Legends Swarm event that I thought was really, really cool and created a very interesting scenario with a lot of things. It was like the Ice Shield or whatever, which is basically when you would take damage, deal damage in an area around you and get a small shield for it. And it basically, it blocked that first instance of damage. And I think there's a really cool way of approaching that kind of weapon, and I'd love to do that with a character at some point. I'm not sure who, though. Who would do really well with kind of that sort of, like, barrier weapon? I'd wonder. Oh, there's another thing I was thinking about with the Doki. Let's do this as well. How do I want to approach it, though? It's got to be on the passive, if I'm going to do it. I think after next patch, I'll do a longer marathon of the game again, just to look for any crashes and stuff. On latest patch, I haven't found much to report. Game hasn't crashed even once. Glad to hear. I have heard a couple of bugs occur, but no crashes, and for the most part that makes me quite happy, especially knowing that most of those bugs have actually now been fixed. It's just pure and simply waiting for this update to finally come out, right? But like you've really helped out a lot, Banky, when it comes to a lot of the things in this game. That's why you should fear why I asked that question. I haven't played long on the latest patch. We'll play more on next. Yeah, no. Or reasonable. Makes a lot of sense. Especially knowing the next patch to come out will be when we've got 5 bosses in it. So there will be a lot more to go and check. In fact, if we pull up the thing here, this is kind of the list of things that we're going to be doing for this update. And once this list is done, no more. We're not doing anything outside of this list for now. For the current update that I'm going to do. The current soft update. Is Kiara on the list? I can't remember if she's actively on the list, but she's not on the list, if that makes sense. Because I don't think... Yeah, I think it's kind of like the argument with Ina. Ina got added recently, but she's always been intended to be added. Kiara is the same. Kiara is fully intended to be added at some stage. I just don't know a good idea of how I want to approach it yet. Because, like, she's gonna be... I mean, she has to have a res effect. That's just how it is. We understand that. And it's got to be a lot of fire and stuff like that. I could actually make her straight up immortal, and I wouldn't be against that. So what I could do, and I'm going to write it down because I actually think this would be a cool idea. Let's see. When you would die, you'd go into an amp state. Bonus stats. There we go. Something like that, maybe. Same you're saying about a VTuber with a barrier makes me think a lot of characters are hard to even conceptualize as game for. Yes, it is a difficult one sometimes. Just woke up and fell asleep. My time when I woke up, my roommate said I was sleeping for 25 hours. Jeez. That's impressive, if that is the case. But yeah, it's really difficult because like it's this weird thing of how do you turn a character into a game character? And it is not easy sometimes. But yeah, no, so I like the idea though of Kiara having basically if she would die, she gets kind of a temporary scion passive in a sense. Except if you manage to accomplish something in that period of time, instead of hitting 0 and dying, you just res up. So it gives you something you could cycle between. I might change that out a little bit. I don't know. I could change it instead of kill enough. Instead of that, it's so instead of decaying health, you have a timed life and start at 20% health. If you manage to full heal before duration, no longer die at end of duration. Yeah? Something like that, maybe. It's one day of work. Oof. Not even comprehend sleep, let alone 24. Yeah, no, I could not sleep for that long. To be fair, I've been sleeping a lot over the last 2 days. I'm still fucking exhausted. Did I add any new characters? Not to the game, but I'm kind of like... So we've written up what Doki will do. Because I'm going to actually accelerate and put Doki into the game a lot earlier than originally intended. For a couple of reasons I've already gone into, but the short answer is because someone asked for something and I thought I might as well do a bunch of 2 bird 1 stone scenarios. Currently I'm just tossing an idea for Kiara out because I just had it because Banky asked about Kiara, and that's it. But yeah, that's the main stuff. I'm mainly working on bosses today. Maybe she can gain tokens each time she picks the passive to be upgraded with levels. Shogun equals seconds alive after death. She needs to do something during that time. Yeah, no, it's definitely it would be definitely like the duration gets expanded with the levels. So did I lose subscribers? Yeah, we randomly dropped like a shitload of subscribers at the beginning of the marathon, which I assume is probably just like a bunch of accounts disappearing or something like that. Happens from time to time. It's not the first time that I've lost like a bunch at once. Doesn't really matter to me, but happens. The worst part as well is it's going up and down a bit at the moment. I went up to 700 again yesterday, and then it's gone back below it again. It's weird. I'm not bothering to keep track of what's going on over there. So, is what it is. It's a number that doesn't really impact me too much. But yeah, I think this might be a better way of doing it. So, if I would die, if you would die, go into a state, gain bonus stats, you have timed life and start at 20 health, timed life, duration, increases full, and then you need to try and get to full health in that time. Now, realistically, there are a lot of ways you could just make this easy and go infinite. There is enough ways to potentially heal this obscenely, right? It becomes this interesting question, though, if we were to let this go through. I don't think we give Kiara any healing. However, think of it with, say, Kason, right? Kason would give percentage health regen out of combat. So what you could do is then you could get this death effect, run out of combat, and heal up potentially if it's got enough duration. Need to catch up on 10 hours of work. Fair enough, catch you later, kit. But yeah, so you heal out of combat. However, you could try and take the other approach of heal while you're fighting and try and heal up through that to utilize the fact that you've got these amplified stats. But that's why I say, like, the health is probably the way I would approach it, because that feels the most kind of Phoenix-y comparison. Again, part of that Phoenix rebirth. I do like the idea of her just basically becoming immortal because of this. However, I will probably add, start at, we'll say, you start at 50% health. However, decreases for each stack. Stacks gained from trigger of ability, and decay after time. Now, it's no Mither from Dead by Daylight. God damn it. But, like, I like the idea that it's basically, so if we add that aspect to it, it's when you would res, or when you'd die, you don't die, you come back with health, and you need a full heal. However, for the amount of times that this would occur in a certain, like, for a duration sort of thing, each of these stacks would probably be independent stacks. For each of these stacks, this decreases how much health you would get back, meaning that it becomes harder and harder and harder as you need to do this. And then eventually you're basically starting with no health and you might just instantly pop anyway, regardless of the effects. The rationale with this is that it means that it's your pseudo-immortal, however, the more of this that happens, the worse off it becomes for you. So you don't want to be, like, excessively getting killed, but you can get away with kind of cycling it out and keeping it nice and comfortable. I think that's a cool way of doing it. Just to, like, then yeah, it means that you could feel like you can go into that amp state a lot more. That's an interesting way of doing it in my eyes. I think that would work, because it also, yeah, it gives you a reason you can't just infinitely die, right? Like, you could potentially take, say, I think is it Mumei's assist? Is it Mumei's assist that full heals? Yes. You could just take Mumei's assist to full heal, and then, like, potentially you have something that reduces your assist thing enough that you can just kind of, like, infinitely loop this. But, like, that's gonna get really, really difficult eventually. Because you basically would get popped, and then you would need to instantly pop this. With that, and then there's a lot of room for error there. But also, an acknowledgement needs to be made. The game's about doing stuff fast, not about not dying. If it was like a duration time thing, there's an argument there I should probably add in more conditions. Alright, but we're not doing a duration thing. We're doing a do it as fast as you can. So not dying isn't actually a good case scenario. Not dying and keeping the buff cycle going, that's fine in my eyes, because it means that you're utilizing a potency effect. But you have to, like, put in the effort to get it, right? Yes, no, exactly, Banky. That's a really good way of looking at it. I think it works really well. I think it's a cool way of doing Kiara's kind of effect there. So if I was to do her, that's probably how I'm going to approach her passive. And yes, it would be her passive because it is a very, very powerful effect. I do not want to just be giving that freely to someone. It needs to be locked to Kiara. Because imagine that on, like, Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse would fucking love that kind of effect. Especially knowing I'm likely to make one of the stat buffs healing amp. So it does mean that you have an easier time getting there, potentially. So it's like you get damage, healing amp, and cooldown reduction, and maybe speed, or something like that. And best case scenarios, if that feels like it's too much, I could just remove the healing amp, and still damage, cooldown reduction, and speed are pretty good to give. And it also means that she doesn't over-synergize with some of the other stuff at the moment, because she'd probably be a build that wants to build in tank and health regen, right? Because you want to make it so your health is more effective. And make it easier to get more positive health than negative health. And I'm sure there would be really cool and wild and powerful builds available to that kind of character, and that's cool. I want to see them. If I think that they completely push the gameplay out of a reasonable state, then yeah, I'll probably do something. But again, I stand by. I'm okay with a player being strong. I'm just not okay with a player breaking the game. Or, as I said before as well, I'm not okay with characters objectively always being the correct choice. So, actually going back to what I was writing a second ago here. Here. So this is arguably kind of against what I was saying, but also not. So this is part of the passive, and I thought this would be a cool way of really giving a team buff. This will probably be the first, like, very clear team buff thing. Also grants all players 20% of Doku Bird's critical damage. Kind of cool, right? I think it would be hard to do, but it would be cool to have one character who does not attack, but can turn enemies to their side to attack for them, within reason. I do not see a reason why we can't do something like that. I genuinely, very seriously, I think that's a cool idea, and I would love to figure out a good way of doing that. It would probably be a charm effect, because I can think of a couple of VTubers that are just that charming, and would be like, oh, I charmed the enemy. That would be cool. It would... Ironically enough, what I would probably do is I would probably make it so the enemy turns into a summon, right? for one person to stack crit and share it. But that's the thing, right? Think of it like emissary bonus that Garen gives in TFT currently. So this is critical damage is given to all players. So this actually stacks Doki's critical damage and gives a little bit of it to everyone else. And that's cool. I think that's a great way of doing it. That's why I'm keeping it to like 20%. Because in the base game, I think it's 1.5, so that would be 150%. So it's 20% of that, so that's like 25? So everyone gets 25% crit damage. When you think of it like that, all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, that's actually not that much. And I can easily pull this number down, right? It's, the reason it's hard is twofold. For one, it's to find someone who fits the gameplay, and second, to balance it. Yeah. But yeah, I thought this would be a nice little cute way of adding in the team sort of buffing thing, right? Also, before someone asks, wait, does that mean it's going to affect itself? Do you think I'm that stupid? Like, I mean this in the nicest way. Do you think I'm that dumb? I know how I would handle this, and it would simply be get the percentage value, hold that percentage value, give that percentage value, and then on restart, delete that percentage value, and then repeat the other processes. That would be how I would approach it, because it means that it's always internally stacked to itself. She's a Reaper, so it could be cool to resurrect dead enemies. But if I was to do that, it wouldn't be resurrecting dead enemies, it would probably be like necromancy with it, right? Ooh, I like that idea though. That'd be a cool passive. When you kill when an enemy is killed after having been damaged by Mori, have the chance to... Dude, it could be fucking Yorick! Dude, it could be like Yorick from League. I could do Mori like that. I'm actually down for that idea. Have a chance for them and have it like every certain amount of kills. And then like, you can use your fucking ult to summon all of the current graves. Dude, that actually sounds fucking sick. Wait, I need to write that down. That actually sounds fucking awesome. I don't think Mori's currently on the list, but she was always intended. So, Mori, there we go. Yorick, my old man. Dude, I love both new and old Yoricks, man. I love Yorick. Yorick is a great one. Yorick, I totally know that guy, knew him well. Yeah. Well, I mean, so there is one other necromancy VTuber I could do, and we could move this to them quite happily, which is, Fruit. Or Apricot. But I kind of wanted to make her a little bit more like, she actually is actively summoning them, whereas Mori's makes more sense that she kills and then resummons them. I mean, like, off the top of my head, we've got Fruit, we've got Ollie, which are two dead-based things. We've got all sorts that could work towards that, but I do like that specifically for Mori. Just as like this way of doing it, because it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense for her and her character. I feel like there's other things I could do with Apricot and like specifically Apricot or Fruit or whatever you want to call her. I keep forgetting what she actually does go by on her regular. She throws me off. Was just a lich. She is a lich, but she is a has a lot of necromancy around her from memory. Let's actually double check that. So, Fruit, VTuber. So yeah, Apricot is, I think, Apricot the Lich. Let's have a little look at lore related to her, shall we? Yeah, so Fruit, Lich, Frug, or Apricot the Lich. So, Bittersweet Lich, who spends her days in the underworld castle drawing art, she took a turn to streaming when she realized she could harvest human souls by disguising them as Twitch subscriptions. She is a hopeless necromantic and hopes to one day own her own virtual fashion brand. Very soft-spoken, high-pitched voice and very calm demeanor. Yeah, she's a very lovely person. Advent fan, so I always call her Fruit forever. Yeah, I just still call her Fruit. I struggle with calling her Apricot, and I feel bad because I feel like that's what she wants to be called now. I don't know. I need to look into like what she has as a preference for that. But I just know her as Fruit. Easily embarrassed. She's playful and Shiniru, who likes creating art, game things. So I feel like she would be more when you kill something, there's a soul that drops, and if you pick up enough souls, she like does a thing. That makes more sense to me. So it's still necromantic power, but it's not like necromancy summoning things. Maybe it's maybe something else. Just to keep it a little bit softer and different, right? Lichpool, soul is stored inside a phylactery. It's actually a living creature. Terry, who can fly and describes as a very good boy. Anyone tries to grab him, he flies away. Calls Terry Phil sometimes to make him upset because he thinks it's a boomer name. I see. She's been around for so long. How she got the name Apricot. She believes it may have been given to her by a friend in the past. It was a half-dragon girl. She lost the abilities associated with that when she became undead. Fruit became a streamer who was disguising them as has a similar ability to absorb souls via the internet. Fruit occupies an underworld thing, spend her days drawing art. Her sexuality is necromantic. She cannot fall for someone unless she's brought them back from the dead. So yeah, she does have necromancy part of her storyline. She picks up souls, and when she collects it, explodes, dealing high damage. That's not a bad way. Actually, I have a weapon that now I'm thinking about I could slightly alter for her. Which is this. So there is a weapon that's not a character one, but we could possibly make something for it. Summon an egg that after some time cracks open and becomes a strong summon that scales with time. Kills reduce crack time. What if Fruit's passive is that she gets this weapon? So she actually starts the game with two weapons. She gets a kind of okayish weapon, and then she gets this. And then the passive is that souls collected reduce this crack time and amplify the power of the summon afterwards. I think that would be kind of cool. right? Kane's a second weapon that is an egg. Transformation like Kane from League. I wouldn't say transformation like that. So, the example I would give for this, if anyone's played, is it 20 Minutes Till Dawn? There is a weapon in that literally is like, it's a dragon egg that, is one of the summons that you can get. This game here, 20 Minutes Till Dawn. So, it's the egg that transforms into a really powerful summon, and it is genuinely one of the best summons in the game. But the problem is that, like, you pick it, it is like almost 5 minutes of being nothing. Which is really rough. But it means that we can give her, like, a super, like, loaded weapon, with high restrictions of it. And it means that this weapon can never be obtainable any other way, as well. A completely unique weapon. Which is fairly rare in this game, by the way. There is, at this point in time, I believe only one weapon that's designed that's not in the global scope. And this would be a new one that's done very weirdly. But I like the idea of this. This seems pretty cool. And there's an argument to be made, wow, that's really kind of a disappointing passive. There's not really much going on with it. You just get a weapon. It's like, yeah, but you get like a fucking super weapon as a passive, right? It sounds kinda cool. I think that would be a character. Yes. Like I said, it was going to be someone that's like very charming and very beautiful and charismatic, and I think that worked really well for Cotton. Yeah, there you go. So I did come up with a converting enemies idea at one point and put it somewhere. Would you look at that? I blush every time I hear her voice, so yeah, she's a very, very lovely and beautiful person. To be fair, I could say that about a lot of VTubers, but like in particular, she is very awesome. Fuck fucking Bow's one still though. This is one of those ones that no matter what, I look at this and I go, Jesus. Especially now that we have that image. I don't know. Where is it? Wait, I still have it in my files. That fucking image we saw that was posted. This one. Now that we have this, so we know what they're gonna look like. The summons. It's gonna be great. By the way, to kind of talk about why I gave Doki Bird the team-wide crit damage, she is an awesome person that helps out a lot of other people, so it made sense to give her something that did help other people out a little bit. Not to say that there aren't characters that also shouldn't get something like this. I think one character, there's a few characters that could get an effect that affects the team and helps them like that. But I'm not confident in it yet, how I'm going to fully approach it, right? One example, just off the top of my head, by the way, is someone like Iron Mouse. But that's why, like, I don't know how I want to approach it for her. If I just give everyone healing amp, that would be kind of cool, but also, we'll see. To be fair, her ult is a screen wipe, right? So there's an argument there of, well, isn't that, like, a huge team-wide effect? And yeah, it kind of is. I could also make the same argument with, like, Shy Lily and Cinder. It becomes a really difficult one, making a justification of why I add it one place and not another. Just realized that it felt right for her kit. Also, I just clicked one of my auto-clickers. There we go. So that's always something that I'll have as my safe justification of, like, hey, look, I understand that you might not like this. People might get upset. I'm sorry, but this is how I feel it's done thing for it. How to make ban bow a gameplay mechanic. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, one of the worst parts is I have to decide, right, with the bow ultimate, because she goes into a feral breeding rage. Do I make that the yandere kind of design she has, or do we make the yandere a skin? And then what do I do for the feral, breed rage? Like, how do we convey that the best? How do we make it look like Bow's turned into just a fucking breed monster? There's no way of saying this without it being absolutely fucking hysterical, by the way. I mean, okay, is this horrible to say? Wait, give me a second. Could do something like that. There's many memes at this point. We've got to love her for the... We need to breed... Where's Yandere? We have Bowberry. Oh god, yeah, Bowberry. I mean, we could have, like, her item literally just be you get health and armor and it's a joke it don't get banned to cover up. So, like, There we go. No band cover up. I'll call it that for now, just so we can potentially fix that later as a better name. And it's just, yeah, you get health and armor. Her inflating and crushing enemies. Maybe I could do that. It would mean that I'd have to remove the EX aspect of the passive, which wouldn't be the worst. And it would still work with the idea that I had for her ability, which is while your EX is on cooldown and get damage. So it means that, like, your ult would get that damage, by the way. It's while it's on cooldown. It's on cooldown the moment you activate it, technically. Yeah, I think that could work. Oh, powerful characters get banned from competitive play. Yeah, but the passive's gotta be I need to breed, right? Or I need to be bred. That's, sadly enough, that's gotta be that passive. We can't change that out. It's gotta be the feral breeding aspect of it, where she goes and finds, a suitable partner on the map and they fuck. Totally not fuck. They just get into a tent and have fun. They play Monopoly. Like, that feels like that's gotta be the passive. That's gotta be the passive, because it means that it keeps going and it isn't locked behind the EX, which is something that I really don't want it to be. But I do like the idea of the Bowberry thing with the EX. That could work. Just be like Zack ult, almost, where it's like you turn big blob thing, jump up and down, slam, and deal damage. He has two passives. The other one is okay, ban bow, and funny is the description. She has two passives, ban. I could do that. There is actually ways to enable that. Bowberry is essential meme to have. Yeah, no, I do agree Bowberry is essential to have. I'm trying to think. How hard would it be to implement a functionality to give me other options for pushing in a passive? Actually, what it would... Oh, no, because then it would break that UI. Oh, fuck. Um... Hmm... Hmm... Yeah, like, the problem with it is there is too many parts of the UI that would break in the process. And... Yeah, I'm trying to think. so there's one or two approaches we have for it. We have a situation where we just create one and then have like a split image sort of thing, and then have it called like just as a example, breed / ban. Not the actual names, it would be full names for it, but something like that. The problem is, breed alone is a huge amount of text, and it's already probably going to get shrunk a little bit. So then what happens with the ban text? The ban text is just going to, even if it's basically do nothing, it's still going to really be hard to read, and I'm already trying to think of good solutions for that, as it is. If we have it as two separate ones, that fucks all of the UI that's around us, right? I feel like I still want to have a ban joke there. But I feel like it's better to have as the item. Because that means it can still be used universally as well. And that's why I say, like, that's why I say, like, it could just give health and armor. A nice soft little bit of that. Because it's a joke at, like, cover up. Maybe like that. As an item. Yeah, so prevent the ban, gain health and armor. Again, making a soft joke, it's covering up, right? And I think that's fair. I think that works. So yeah, then with the EX, let's see. So let's remove this text here. Remove this text here. And then, EX, there we go. I'll write it just that way for now. So again, to explain that, it's basically do what Zac ult is. I think it's the current one. I don't fucking remember which ult he has now. Where it's basically you jump up in the air, bounce down, deal damage, and maybe knock enemies away, and you repeat that process a certain amount of bounces, dealing a fair bit of damage. I say this because he's had like 3 different ultimate abilities. I do kind of miss the grab one that he had, where he like goes onto the ground, flattens down, and then scoops up everything to drag it to a location. But like, I will agree that one was fucking busted. Okay, so that can be Bao for now. I won't go too far into it because I'm not intending to do her in this update or the next one at this stage. And I think that's a safe bet. Poor fucking Neuro is still not this update, it's next update, or next major update. It's gonna take a long time to get to that point. Thank God, too, because holy shit, her kid is fucking nuts at this point. One joke I would love to make a reality is that she asked Pyrosalter if she can program and was told she was too short for that. It's a joke, but it's too hard to get too niche on it. See, I agree with that. Like, I really love the idea of a joke like that, but it does start getting, like, too particular. I could make it sort of like an item somewhere across the board, which is like somewhere globally, That's, aren't you too short to be a programmer or something? I wouldn't be against an item like that. Could just write that out quickly here. I have no idea what it would do, but we have a name for it. Oh, good lord, stretch. It's because that's the other thing, is like, I'm never against, like, potentially moving one of those kinds of references to a bit more of a global position. You could make a very valid argument that technically maybe the banned one should be made global, and then the programmer one should be given to Bao, and it means that I could potentially use it for a better design space. But I think the banned one will fit better on Bao just because of how humorous that is, right? And I think her kit kind of does... We could make it benefit from just having a bit of health and armor. Quite easily, we could make it benefit from that nicely. We could make Balberry, her EX deal damage based on max health as well. As a little funny thing. Like, it deals bonus damage based on that, so it's really about being thick. Like a short person can't reach the keyboard. Oh my god. Damn, man. That's mean. I like that. I could do something around that actually. To be fair, we do have, where is it? There is an item in here that is like, yeah, it's good old nano machines. We do have nano machines in here, which is when taking health damage, gain a small decaying shield. Is a completely not a VTuber reference per se, but like just a general meme. Which hopefully should give an example. I'm not against, doing, like, not VTuber related things. I mean, fuck it, most of the bosses aren't VTuber related per se. They're very VTuber adjacent at best. Fuck, I have a weapon here that's called the Comical Bat, and it's literally just the fucking, it's a Adam West reference. A swing of bat dealing damage and creating text like wham and kapow that deals damage over time in an area. Senator Armstrong is your Oshi, how do you? Fair. You know what? That's fair. I too need to break a few omelets. Fucking break a few eggs. Whatever the line was again. To make an omelet, you need to break a few eggs, Jack. I'm here to make America great again. I still love the best part is, like, Maxwell pretty much, in his, like, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance meme video, didn't, like, alter all that much of, like, Senator Armstrong's lines, because they're just that batshit insane that, like, you can't alter those things. They're fucking amazing. Like, how can you alter that shit? It's too good, man. It's too good. Comically large spoon in the description, making it now so Badger doesn't bully me into making it late. You know what? I'm down with this. There we go. Half the dialogue on Maxwell's vid is actually in-game. For Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, yeah, and it's just, that's the best part of it. Dude, memes are the DNA of the soul, which I still love, because he's talking about what memes used to mean. And it's true, like, the theory behind it all is very, very fascinating, but has been ruined by modern culture. So now you hear that and you're like, wait, what? Memes are the DNA of the soul, Jack. Have you... To be fair, that guy always did sound like he was a Redditor, so you know... him getting turned into a Redditor in the, in Maxwell's vid just worked. There we go. Badger no bully. Just have that there for now. It's insane that I legit revisited the game as an adult to understand everything and be amazed that they actually said it. Yeah, like that, one, that's one of the best parts of it, and two, it's actually got so much commentary in that game that's really fucking fascinating. Because the beauty of it is, and we have evidence of it now, that like, what Senator Armstrong says is compelling. You sit there and go, you know what, you do have a point, but this is not okay. And the problem is that the masses would eat that shit up, and we've seen that. Surprisingly enough, the term "Make America Great Again," used by another fucking political head, has proven that even if you've got like potentially questionable ideals and morality, you can get in as long as you sound like you should get in. And that's concerning. That's very concerning. The music? Oh god, the music's amazing. Look, I still listen to like Rules of Nature and shit. Like, Rules of Nature, Red Sun, and what's Sam's one? I can't remember Sam's one, but I listen to those a lot. And, yeah, like, a lot of those are on my playlist because they're just such good fucking songs. I still love the best part with Rules of Nature is that I keep forgetting it's a game song. Genuinely. Like, it's so good. Actually, I want to double check something really quickly. I think, from memory, I'm double checking something. I already listen to the boss music every once in a while. Yeah, it's just so good. Okay, from what I'm quickly reading up, because I thought I'd double check, because it's game music, it's in a weird spot, dependent on certain things. I'm reading legal right now. Yeah, y'all can come read the legal with me. Song's so catchy, most people rarely listen to lyrics, but they should. As it's not just yeah. No, exactly, right? Okay, so that's kind of indicating potentially a thing. It is not licensed, but it's original thing, so it would be infringement for redistribution, but it wouldn't be infringement to probably play and. So yeah, this is the weird stuff with this stuff. To my interpretation of this isn't outside of anything outside of the normal stuff. Okay, yep. If you're wondering why I looked all of that up, because now you've made me want to listen to it. Let's see. Trying to remember who I use for this. No, we'll probably use you then. There we go. Might turn it down just a little bit more, but there we go. Fuck it. We're gonna listen to goddamn this, because should be fine as long as we're in a game category. There we go. Bangers everywhere. All of them are great. Rules of nature. Dude, this game, we need to play this game again. I swear to God. It's such a fucking old and janky game, but I do not care. I really want to play this again now. Yeah, no, how do you not scream out rules of nature, man? life on the line. I'm just mumbling too many of the lyrics, I swear to go. It's not janky, it's a real solid, well-made hack and slash. I think it's Platinum's second best after Bayonetta trilogy. I have never played a Bayonetta game. I need to fix that. But the counters are a bit rough now. Nature. But it's like, don't get me wrong, the controls are a little dated, and it's a little janky because of that, and the camera definitely has its moments. But overall, it is still a phenomenal game, right? That's something that I played it through to completion like a year or two ago. 2 years ago now, pretty much. And that was something that I noticed with it. But then again, I was also playing with a controller that did have a little bit of jank to it as well, so it just made counters such an awful experience. Now I have a much better controller, so we can definitely have a better time with it. The music's so good. It is true, it's rough in general. Also, I forgot that Nier Automata was made by them, so third. Yeah, Nier Automata is a phenomenal game, and I do want to play through that one again at some point. Yeah. All of these songs are good, man. I think it becomes way more tolerable and fun once controls settle. Oh yes, no, 100% what you just said, Banky. I will say that and agree with that completely. Is that the jank gets lost once you get used to it. For the most part. Like for me, again, I'm pretty sure I will blame the poor connection controller that I had. Because simply put, I had a PS4 controller that I was plugging in, and if I held it the wrong way, it would just disconnect. So imagine trying to do Sam's boss fight with your controller barely always responding and trying to have to counter everything. It just became impossible. Also, one thing I remember very clearly is that I suck ass at the, oh, what is it again? It's like the bullet time slash modes, where you had to slash a very particular way. I remember Sundowner being like such an awful time for that. You're making a doggo whistling to Blade Wolf's OST? Exactly. Sonatatsu, yeah, that one. That, like, that mode, I love it dearly, but, like, holy shit, if you're, like, not on point, and you have to do a line slash, you suck ass. And, like, I'm old and shitty at games, so, you know, it became very, very evident. Sundowner does suck with how precise they'd expect you to be while he's not exactly cooperating. Oh, yes. Yo, new Pokemon? Yeah, it's a new Pokemon drop, what do you know? Yeah, this song's a great one. I love this one. This boss fight was a fucking... It's either really easy or such a pain in the ass, by the way. I stand by that. You cannot convince me otherwise. This boss is just the definition of it, right? It's either you have the worst experience or you sit there and go, this is a boss fight? Stop summoning me. No, it's funny. Mistral's a pain. Yeah. It's just... It's worse because it's not even her, right? Because it's them fucking balls. It's, hey, do you like balls that jump on you? It's just the worst fucking mechanic. Hey, did you know? Hey. Dude, is that how you open, like the boss fight opens to this giant cathedral? They walk in and then there's just a pit of hell opens up and it's you coming out, arms raised and just going, hey, did you know? And then boss music starts. Which I do love also, going back to Mistral's boss fight, one of the best parts of the boss fight is how many moments in it you're just like, do that to me! Sees her step on the balls and rip its arms off. Do that to me! I mean, what? Look, all all of us deep down have that, like... all of us deep down have that, like, element of us that would get stepped on by Mistral, let's be honest. You don't get a "you died," you get a "you didn't know." Exactly. The final boss Redditor? Oh god. Dude, the fact that, like, I love how with Sundowner, for example, Max saw in his video, made him as worse as possible. He's still pretty much exactly what Sundowner was in the original, and it's really fucked. You've been on Reddit for 4 years? I mean, I think I have a Reddit account. I don't think I've used it though. Like, outside of 2 times. I wouldn't avoid her kiss like Jack did. True. Dude, Jack's just like a fucking socially awkward fucking lad. Doesn't understand when women come on to him. It's definitely the case, and not the fact that she was actually trying to murder him. Does really like to say the good old day. Dude, he literally says in the game, "Back like the good old days before 9/11. It's like, wait, what? Those weren't good days, my sir. Like the good old days of 9/11. So no, you can't say that. Not in the modern day, my man. You need me in the hall? Feel free to just come in and avoid the defense turrets. Oh yeah, it'll be fine. Dude, I'm just fucking vibing to this music so much right now. Like, that's the best part of, like, the boss fights in Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. No matter how many times you fucking die to it, you are at least listening to a banger the whole fucking time. Don't give it sign the waiver as well. Don't take responsibility for a shitty choice, man. And I'm banned. Wait, what did you do? Did you make one of the jokes and YouTube ping you? Because I didn't see anything. Let's see. Did I see anything? Is it going to tell me anything? Or is YouTube just going to be YouTube and never show me anything? Nah, doesn't show me anything. Gotta love it. See, I could make the 9/11 jokes, you can't, haha. Oh no. But let's be honest, it's really hard to pick which is the best song from this game. Because, like, Rules of Nature is so fucking iconic. Especially the boss fight for it. Right? But then there's also, like, Standing Here I Realize. And then there's also Sundowner's, fucking one. And then there's also Red Sun. Like, all of them are so fucking good. Free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. We're all pawns controlled by something greater. Memes. Memes are the DNA of the soul, Jack. What? I'm sorry, what? You've been browsing Reddit for far too long. It's just, that is the beauty of this game, is that, like, not a single boss fight bit of music did not hit. They're all so fucking good. Let's see. My favorite is actually Monsoon, Stain of Time, but I think Red Sun is overall the most banging. If it isn't Sussy Jack, late as always. God damn it. Yeah, here's Stains of Times. Okay, there we go. We can go with that. Dude, there's so many fucking stupid lines from their base game and then Maxwell's video that are just quotable. I think the most quoted line, though, from Maxwell's video to the end of the day will be, "That's a nice argument, Senator. How you back it up with the source? The source is I made it the fuck up." All these limp diglins. Fuck all these limp dig stickler influences and all those chicken shit politicians. Fuck this 24-hour spew of Mr. Beast and VTuber bullshit. I fight for a free America. Typical. No, what was the line? It's typical politician. Big dick, but no cum. What? Something like that. I can't. Dude, I want to watch Maxwell's video now. Don't do this to me. It's always gonna be the sources I made at the fuck. Yeah, it's like just the best line out of it because it's just so fucking true. It's a nice argument, Senator, but how do you back that up with a source? The source is I made it the fuck up. It's just so good. Oh, yes! Red Sun! The song that you can genuinely ruin your experience by beating a boss too well. Are you high? Let me check. Yes, high on American soil. You know what, let's... So we can see what song we're on, because it's more important than the art. We're putting up the drop. Fucking love this song so much. Dude, if I got into guitar again, this would be one of the first songs I try and learn how to play. I swear to God. Sun. Red sun over paradise. Red sun. Red sun over paradise. Come down such a blurry line. Shadows out of sight. Arrow breeze across the mountains, giving flight to the birds of prey. The distant machines come, hidden day by day. Only love is with now. Some people find the peace within ourselves. No need for a cure. When the wind is slow, fire's hot, bold waits. Our roads, oh how pretty, all the scenery, the natural. Ah, fuck. Brisk attack, the reptile tail is back. And let's do not forget the rain over paradise. Yeah. Legend says George Lucas wrote the entirety OG Star Wars trilogy while listening to Red Sun on repeat. That's a legend, I truly believe it. It's such a good... To be fair though, like, the meaning of the song is so fucking good. Because like an actual analysis puts us in going like, oh yeah, no, they made Paradise by fucking murdering everyone. It's how you get your fucking utopia, you fucking kill for it. It's not a good utopia. Red Sus, exactly. It's so good. Oh, yes. Why it's number one. It's such a good fucking song. And it's so funny because you can actually miss out on the lyrics of it, which makes it so fucking sad. The GOAT game. Honestly, I stand by, of all video game OSTs in history, there will be none other than Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance to the same impact it has and cultural resonance. You cannot replicate what it is. There isn't a single person who wouldn't sleep with Jetstream Sam. Yep. Red Sun just wins by a little bit over it. It's like one of those things that, like, if you look at the lyrics as well, all of them. Just Red Sun is just this charm above, right? Because, like, Red Sun fills this point of explaining what's actually happening in such a way that you cannot ever get past it. It's so fucking iconic for that. Because it's just, no, we are directly telling you what you're doing. Even Platinum Games themselves struggle to replicate their success with this title, bringing Metal Gear spin-off really, yeah. The funny part is, yeah, this was a fucking spin-off. This was like a almost half-baked joke in a sense. To be fair though, there is one song that is also in the top 3. And I don't, like, well, okay, top 4. It's really hard sometimes. I mean, 5 is my favorite number, and since it would be weird to put it deeply forward slasher in number 1, put it in the next place there, yeah. It's aged like fine wine. Oh yes, I stand by. If they ever decided to remasterizing Revengeance, like the entire fucking year would be dominated by like Metal Gear Rising. Like, that's the funniest part, is you realize if this got remade next year, it would somehow sneak into the Game Awards and it would win OST. And you cannot fucking convince me otherwise. It will be blood. Yeah. It's easy to forget Kajami held almost nothing in creation of this game. Because by God, it feels like his game. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's like a fan letter almost, this game. To like the amazing stuff that Metal Gear had been in a lot of other ways. Right. I don't think it's inaccurate to kind of look at it that way. If they remastered it without this music, people would... Dude, it wouldn't even take a day. People would find out before it releases, and they would boycott the shit out of the game. They would add the music. There is no way in hell they would even be able to release the remaster without this music. And it's just the case. Like, that's the funniest part, is they could remaster it, and it's literally just the same game with just, like, some cleanup here and there in the code. Nothing would need to actually change, and it would still probably win Game of the Year. Or at least be a fucking contender. As a fucking remaster. Like, that's the most insane part about this game. It's not to say it's the best game ever, it's just that's how insane it is. Ah, collective consciousness. This one's a good one as well. But yeah, the last one is also arguably one of the most iconic songs just ever. Not this one, the next one after this. Like the lyrics, what the fuck, hey? A blood where allegiance let your country grow. So live in ignorance and pureness. When blood and sweat is the real cost, thinking ceases, the truth is lost. Don't you worry, you'll be told exactly what to do. Give the people the lives they need, the righteous will succeed. Like, what? Like, what? weak, so I'll make obsolete, making whole fabric of society. Collective conscious opens you see. It's so good. It's funny, most people don't think about the lyrics when they're slicing and dicing, but it makes so much sense hearing about. Oh yeah, no, like it's also beautiful because every song is like, it explains the thinking of what you're fighting as well. That's the other thing, is like each song is very particularly crafted for that character. So when you actually go through it, holy shit, yeah. But yeah, the best part of the lyrics is this determined it could be also legit a horror song. Yeah. While you fight a Chinaman with its own opinion. To be fair, this fight, I swear to God, will always be like another example of how Rising Revengeance just said, you know what? I don't give a fuck. What, you want to parry the enemy? That makes sense. Do you want to parry the weapon with their the enemy with their own weapon? Sure. What if your enemy was a gigantic mecha spider? I'm sorry, fucking what? Worry, told exactly what to do. Give my people the lives they need. The righteous will succeed. It's just, look, I stand by, this game will always sell me the moment you're dealing with rules of nature, you're running across fucking missiles to then get thrown up a fucking clock tower, to run down the clock tower, to split a gigantic mech creature in fucking half. You can't make that shit up. And that's the fucking tutorial. Like, you can't just fucking go, oh yeah, here's the tutorial boss fight, by the way. Like, that is what kind of Rising Revengeance always is. It's just, that's the best part. You say it's like the Metal Gear Ray are iconic to the game, right? Like, these fights are iconic. The thing is, all of the fights are iconic. Everything about this game is iconic to the game, and that's what makes this game amazing. The fact that, like, Mistra is probably one of the most forgettable parts of this game. And that says a lot, because holy shit, all of us were down bad as fuck for that. It's insane that Metal Gear Solid went forward in time after this game. This game takes place canonically in the end of the timeline, and it fits so well that power scaling is not like this. Yeah, exactly. That's the best part of it, is that we're just giving up on bullshit at this point. It's fucking wild. And then you get choke slammed by a fucking gorilla robot, and it's the worst experience, and you sit there and go, how the hell did I split in half a giant, like, 5-story tall mechazoid thing from Zoids, and then you just get fucking railed by a gorilla that just your ass open. Anyway, time for arguably one of the best songs as well. This is easily just, you can't not think of this song when it comes to this game. We're putting the volume up for this. Oh, just the initial bit. Feels so epic. The meme, yeah, the memes are too iconic, but it doesn't matter because it's not even real, but it doesn't matter. Standing here, I realize you were just like me, trying to make history. But who's to judge the right from wrong? Both agree that violence breeds violence, and in the end it has to be this way. Dude, I fuck it this song, man. Every time I listen to it, it's just hard not to want to. Oh, and I apologize, I suck at singing, but like, I'm doing my best. I'm trying. So many but nobody is to blame. Across the barren, wasted lands, I feel born beneath the bloodstained sand. Beneath the bloodstained sand. Yeah, I fucking can't do that. Old. Good lord. Yeah. Tone deaf powers activate. But here we go. Standing here, I realize you're just like me, trying to make history. But who's to judge the right from wrong when you're down? I think we both agree that violence breeds violence, and in the end it has to be this way. So much. Oh, I love it. Oh. The song's so good. I got my path, I followed your path, maybe we're both the same. Turned and so many have burned, but nobody is to blame. Bang across the barren, wasted land, I feel alive and be born beneath the bloodstained sand. Beneath the bloodstained sand. Good lord. All right, there we go. That was what I needed. I just wanted to have that go for a little bit. Now we're back to normal music. But like, holy shit, man. Those songs, you could throw your lungs out for those kinds of songs. I always said my sword is a... Yeah. I always said my sword is a tool for justice. Not used in anger. Not used for Metal Gear Revengeance 2013 video game, but now... Now I'm not so sure. And besides, this isn't my sword. Dude, I will always love that moment, though. Like, as much as it was super cringe as well in the game, it was such a cool fucking moment where you're like, my sword is a tool of justice, here to help people, save the Thing is, this isn't my sword. It's like, I'ma kill you, bitch. Let's go. Ugh. So what I'm hearing is that we need to do a fucking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance playthrough soon, right? I'm more than down for that. And I'm pretty confident we might be able to get away with playing that game, actually. I might not be able to VTuber for it, though. I'll have to double check that in my spare time. Because I think I could, like, do most things while playing it, but I couldn't remember. If I can't, then it's a game that's, like, immediately locked on to the list of once we get the new PC, right? The moment Jack the Ripper was speaking was so cringe, but it's just so peak cringe. Oh, yeah. No, like, that's the thing, right? Is that it's like, Jack is back. It's like, oh my god, you're the most cringy fucking thing ever. But it's like, holy shit, this is edgy teen power fantasy right now. Doctor, turn off my pain inhibitors. But Raiden, you're going to... It's like, do it, Doctor. Okay. Ah! Ugh. Yes. It's like, my dude, chill the fuck out. Dude, I stand by. Max will ever want to hire me. Oh yes, I will always love the very Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers. Do it. Okay. Gah! Sus baka. Ah, skibbity toilet. God, that would be the... let's be honest, if Raxor made that in a modern day, there would be those memes in there, right? That's the worst part. I'm about to skibbity Ohio your gat. Jack, what are you saying? No, Jack, you're going too far. Ah! But Raiden... the hell are you saying? Dude, I love how I've now watched 2 people watch through Skibbity Toilet and do like analysis of it. And I stand by my kind of thoughts on it. Like, does it have funny and chill moments? Yeah. But like, what the fuck is going on with that thing? I also actually recently, so the one that I watched recently for that was Kaif, right? Kaif, no, not Kaif, RT Game. RT Game did a analysis video of Skibbity Toilet, and I actually really agree with his assessment by the end, is it was better when it was short. It was better when there wasn't such grandiose and intense storylines going on, and it was just a lot more like, left up to the viewer's interpretation. Right, I 100% agree with that. It was actually quite interesting and compelling at certain moments. But, I still don't think it's like... Do I think you could actually make a really interesting story out of a lot of the stuff in it? Yes, I do think you could. But I think that, like, as it's gone on, it has definitely worn away a lot of the charm that it once had. And now it just feels like this constant, like, fucking tennis match where it's, like, going from one side to the other. I will skibbity your baby grunk. What the Sigma? Haha, now you're just being Ohio. God, why did you make me say that? Whoops, that's the wrong thing. So Maxwell both made the meme and killed it by having Jack start fighting Monsoon by saying Family Guy. Yep. He did an incredible job at, like, being very funny and also ruining the humor so fucking much. It just became, like, so egregious, and I love that about it. This will go straight to my cringe compilation, thanks. You're welcome. Dude, I have so many fucking stupid things that can go into a cringe compilation at this point. I mean, we had the Padaru thing from, Christmas, right? Roger edited up. Where the fuck is it again? I posted on Twitter, where is it? This one. Yeah. The fucking demonicness of that. It's fire. Don't give me that it's fire. God, that looks so weird like that. You seen Maxwell's friend take on the... Maxwell did a feature on it? Don't know. Not that my, not off the top of my head. sending it? Alright. Let's have a look. I see there's two little videos for this. Jimothy Ross. I don't know, should we watch that on stream or not? We could watch it on stream. Yeah, alright. Give me a second then.
This video's got like violence in it. Metal Gear Rise.
Okay, give me a second to make sure I move everything around correctly. Let's see. Ah, yeah, it's
This video's got like violence in it. Metal Gear Rise Redundance is a high-octane hack-and-slash spin-off the class.
God damn it, why is it lagging when I try and change the view? My fucking poor computer, man.
Classic Metal Gear Solid series, developed by Pokemon Platinum Games and oversaw by the legend Hideos Kojungle Juice. It trades contractable spaghetti-nage stealth operations for lightning-fast breadstick dueling, taking place 4 years after the events in Guns of the Patriots. Son, I'd like you to meet my arch-nemesis, Mr. Epstein. Among Us. He has dementia. You play as an emotionally unstable lumberjack who realized he's way too good at his job and instead wanted to use his sword to commit justice on the undeserving, not acknowledging that the police had already beat him to it, and he must go on an epic journey to assassinate Senator Dennis Prager and his entourage of Lincoln Park Power Rangers. Along your way, you'll encounter, including but not limited to, President of the United States, former President of the United States, actual high school student, the real Alex Jones, Hispanic, no, I'm the one who's panicking, and a few others. Raiden, that's his actual name, will have to undergo many external and internal hardships as he learns the true meaning of existentialism and dices up his enemies like a spastic Nutri-Chopper. Seriously, this game has more edges and angles than Minecraft, and a sense of humor so profound I'm surprised Fortnite dancing isn't an integral part of the gameplay, so believe me when I say you'll probably enjoy this one. With all that said and done, please enjoy the excruciating beauty of Metal Gear Rising, and its soundtrack of chill beats to relax and study to if you're an engineering student.
You know, that's fair. Actually, I'll give you that.
So the game starts off and it's really loud. Our story begins with Raiden escorting Key and Peele in an armored limousine unit. We have a saying up in Liberia: give a man Ganyu, please him for a day. Teach a man to Ganyu and please him for a life sentence. Ah, a soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Percy Jackson and the Olympians, the Lightning Bolt. Oh, please, just call me the...
I hate
What's
it.
going on?
God damn.
Let's not let petty things like war divide us.
God.
Instead, how about I just let it divide you? Hey y'all, what's your favorite garden hose setting? Mine's Jetstream.
Jesus Christ.
Fall back, he's far too epic. Raiden does to the sidewalk what I wish Dennis Thatcher's wife would do to me, and apparently already wants the game to end.
Let's get this over with.
Hey, what's up guys, it's your boy, cursor in the middle of the screen gaming, and in this episode we're gonna have it slightly off-center just to let you know I acknowledged it and gave an attempt, but don't actually care enough to fully alleviate the problem. Watch this, sedan to convertible transformation service, slicing off hoods since 2018. We really need a sequel.
Yeah, exactly.
Where are you? You better be sick, dead, or
Put that Prime Minister down. Well, if it isn't Ciri from The Witcher 3. That's not my name. Well, maybe if you got rid of that yee-ass haircut, you might get some Gwent cards on your deck. Initiating CVT.
That was Hearthstone, you son of a bitch.
Every other Metal Gear game shows up as the first fight in this one to teach Raiden the rules of nature. Rule number 1, if you see a tree frog, eat it. Rule number 2, if you see a Metal Gear, suplex it. Not only does this fight look badass and kind of flip the power scaling on its head, but it's also the catalyst that made me realize this was a bad idea.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
Oh look, rank D. Yeah, don't remind me. 4 collapsed buildings later, and Raiden catches up to. Hey yo, I'm back, fucker. I heard you like prosciutto. 2 Bayonetta sequels later, and Raiden comes face to face with the barcode bandits. They tried scanning me at a Walgreens, and I fucking hate Walgreens. Owned. This next boss fight is really fun,
as
in
well.
Raiden gets the shit kicked out of him so hard it had to take place in a tunnel so he could hide his shame from God. Face it, Raiden.
Hide
You're
the
a
shame
friend-
from God. God Lord. What the fuck is going on? Oh, Jesus. Let me just... move that to there. Where is this? The Hololive? Yeah, it's definitely the official Hololive. Dude, fucking imagine. Yes, the Hololive. True. Hello, I'm a huge fan. Same. I am big fan of many of your talent. They be awesome. But question, why is the dog gay?
We are switching to a new data plan. It's more affordable, but you won't be able to
Also, why is,
backup if
like,
the signal's blocked.
yeah, that's about
Surely
it,
this is
really.
no big deal. Just
Why
let us
is
know
the
when you are
dog
done
gay?
pawning this noob.
What's the matter? Never seen The Empire Strikes Back?
Kept you with. Oh,
Good, because I'm gonna drag both
Yeah,
of you
later,
down
bro.
to
I'm
a
joining the
PG
circus.
vehicle.
So hundreds of years pass. The entire world becomes engulfed in ocean.
To be fair,
Got the
as you can
photos
see, I'm
printed,
already in the
painted? What?
hole,
Well,
somewhat
you
at
took
least.
quite the beating back there. He
I
made
gave
you
up
look like the
human
black and
skin
white
for
before
funny
product showed
anime
up.
skin. It's much funnier.
Raiden, your enemies are sponsored by Brondo. They have all the electrolytes your chlorophyllian heart needs. And of course, try preserving their left hands. I need to add them to my
Of course, there's
collection.
fucking
Okay.
Kira.
Raiden then continues his mission to
Kira
avenge
music
Yamane,
every time.
prevent the Desperado group from seizing the war economy, and play Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Hey guys, political unrest here, and I just cut down my only method
Mr.
of
John
progression.
Hololive,
Just to
when
let
will you
do
make
that.
Death
Raiden
Star
has a flashback
VTuber?
from when he
Dude,
was a farmer.
actually,
So
for
that
real
when I
though,
took
that
this
would be
job.
hysterical.
I'm just the Reaper.
Yeah, okay, what effect should I use? Find edges? Yeah, I don't think that one will be necessary. Okay, now we can yeah, Jesus Christ.
Raiden, I have nothing important to say. Just wanted to let you know that shit's bitchin'.
Hella.
Shit's bitchin'. Okay, is that what the kids say nowadays?
Having taken metal
Shit's
shots, this looks
bitchin'?
horrifying. It would
feels so
appear that
old.
this one has separation anxiety.
who needs their machines right like these? Hey, move over, bitch.
Ah, yes, thank you. Oh my god.
Oh, I hate
Whoa,
post
he's
fights.
got like a centipede inside of him. I'm trying to sneak around, but Wait, what was that? Hey bro, ever been to SockCon? What that dog doing? I am the smartest cyborg to ever grace mankind. I have surpassed the need for IQ testing and have over 1,500 answers on Quora. Oh yeah? Well, tell me this. What will you have after 500 years? I will have you dead, whether I kill you now or not. Pretty simple motives for such a gamer. Anything else to prove your intellect? 1114 West 7th Street. That could be anyone's address. Zip code 7450. The fight with the anti-title Blade Wolf is a pretty standard.
What about an aircraft carrier VTuber? Dude.
Oh hell no. Hey, yo, where we driving?
Wait, aircraft carrier VTuber is the mother, and then like with her kids is the little aircraft. So it's kind of like Full Moko, but it's a family. This sounds like a great idea. Let's do this.
Okay, no.
One's a helicopter and one's a jet.
Yes,
right?
I love having to freaking Blade Wolf.
Dude, I just came up with a genuinely, oh my god, why is that actually a good idea? I like that
funny
idea.
To say. Side Borg, more like side bitch. Oh yo, turning this helicopter into a chopper. And everyone around here got that.
God damn it, no one called me.
Raiden, watch out, that's a door.
I've come to make an announcement.
I'm telling you, Gorbachev was in the Pizza Hut commercial. I don't believe you. Fine, be that way. Whoa, a woman! After regaining his composure, Raiden
What is the dreaded announcement, HoloLive? What are you telling us fans of your amazing content?
Here, and tells
Sonic the
Boris, this is no
Hedgehog
time for
is a...
jokes.
Watch out.
God
Enemies are armed and dangerous.
This is no time for jokes. Oh god, he was being serious. Well, if it isn't Onision. Well, if you're wanting to save the children, first you're going to have to beat me. 5 different Overwatch characters. Wait, children? In this boss fight, you fight the politically correct protagonist of a hit new first-party Nintendo title, all whilst trying to fend off her army of marketable amiibo figurines. It was also around this point where the long-term ramifications of this goddamn decision started to show.
You weed
Now,
on
I
my
could show
wife.
me
You
struggling
know,
to remember how
that do
Hero
be
works in
something
its
Sonic
entirety,
would
but I
do.
think it'll be more effective
feel.
to go the entertaining route. So
I mean,
basically what
were they
happens is
Latina?
Raiden tests out
Because
an epic new
like,
pair of
I know
Yeezys
that he
with a
like,
kick towards
no,
Mistral,
that's Shadow that
understandably
likes,
shaken
yeah, Shadow
by
likes
She
Latinas,
retaliates
right?
with a swift blow to the chest, causing Raiden to flop over and convulse
were they
because
Latina?
I'm playing on hard mode. Raiden recovers and
Sonic
ungrounds a fucking tree because of course he would, and teaches Mistral the 3rd rule of nature.
the
In an
hell are
attempt
you
to
talking
escape,
about,
Raiden
Shadow?
once again stumbles and couldn't find the button on his life alert necklace because I'm playing blindfolded. Mistral finishes off Raiden with an exclamation of, "Your shoes ready,"
Alright.
sending him into a spiral of self-doubt and buyer's remorse. AKA, I
Yeah.
died 17 times. Thank you, Platinum Games. Wait, what? How? In an effort to avoid copyright infringement,
That
Raiden takes
is
out the
a
iconic
thing.
female protagonist and watches as her Twitch chat goes ballistic. I can't believe you've done this. She even smoked weed. I can no longer live in this world.
Wait, what?
Damn, the simp blew himself up. Oh great, and it's a boy. From defeating Mistral, we can upgrade our
Jesus,
secondary
not
weapon
again.
to the, I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't speak italics. After restraining myself from making jokes about the French for 30 whole minutes, we see our titular Ashen protag travel to Egypt to defeat Dio and his state. Raiden, why are you wearing a sombrero? Don't tell me you already forgot my quinceañera. It's funny because we were in Mexico or something.
You mean in
Raiden,
general,
you are so
yeah.
funny and smart. Fucking Windows 11. Raiden commits an allegory for where Konami has gone and descends
To
into
be
the
fair,
conspiracy
oh god,
sewers
I
in
need to
search of the
test
tomb of
out,
billionaires. Hey guys, this area is
Windows 11 at
freaking
some point.
disgusting. Let's go save some children apparently. We get warned about some black crocodiles, as if I have time to worry about pipeline zoology. Oh hey look, our first fight.
Oh boy, it's the best enemy in the game.
The Survivors Association is dying out and I am at my limit. I mean, I just can't. Oh, there's the freaking black crocodiles. Raiden finds a cardboard box and this is a revelation somehow. It couldn't be because of nostalgia.
Colonel, did you see it? A white translucent orb moves to the bottom left of the screen. So what do you think? Snake, you incapacitated 4 civilians.
Okay, so we can
Whoa. Yep.
Stealth's my specialty.
wait.
That's
Sounds
my
like someone's getting
specialty.
pinged. Go gadget knife.
Ninja Kawabanga. Let's
Fucking evacuate. Konnichiwa, compadre. Oh wait, you speak English.
Me name George, like Georgetown.
Isn't that the place where they drank all the Kool-Aid and died?
No, that's Jonestown.
Jonestown? As in the massacre? Pretty morbid of you to bring up.
Wait, are you gaslighting me?
The quest to save the children intensifies as we break into the Black Crocodile maintenance lab.
But first, you need to take a dump.
Wait, what?
Raiden breaks into Amazon's daycare service to give the employees their weekly evaluation and comes across something truly horrific.
Wario Snake.
Raiden, did you see those brains looking at you? Those were the fans of the hit Minecraft YouTuber Dream. I know
No.
it must have been pretty
No,
scary.
not the dream
Trauma
stuff.
with a missed
Not
potential game
again.
mode, says the developers. Oh hell yeah. Salary docked. Hey bro, you're looking kinda stupid. Through mandated spyware, we view a discussion between antags.
No, I'm with the science team.
They talk about plot, and from what I can gather, the Desperado Sentai were looking to jumpstart the war economy. They say that a lot. So like YouTubers, they figured the best option was to head to the playground and steal children to subject to government-funded binaural beats. I swear I'm making this shit up. I know
Yikes.
that all sounds terrible.
What about the group Holo
I'm gonna make a call-out
Warfare?
post about
Dude,
this.
is that the next debuting group? That sounds amazing.
Here we encounter a Metal Gear grad unit, and for a boss that doesn't give a speech longer-winded than Toho sequels, it should be easy, right? Left. It has these modular plates of armor that took the bloodshed skill tree and forcibly evolved into offensive ninja swatters.
Yo, this music kind of slaps.
Which reinforces the statement,
damn
the
it.
best defense is having you dead. Okay, I've just been alerted there are 2 difficulties harder than this one, so I'm gonna quit
Good
pretending that I'm struggling, because
those
I'm gonna
made
lose a
zero
lot
big
of
Mr.
weekends
Beast
in the
viewers.
future. Okay, Optimus Crime. Who could be behind all this child trafficking?
Man, let me tell you something, dog. This ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with allegations.
Do it, Raiden. Kill him.
How am I supposed to know which one's the real you?
What the fuck are you talking about right now? Are you being for real?
Do you honestly think that I would sit back and throw away my life?
Oh god, actually, that's not a YouTuber you want to have holding a
country
kid.
girl lifestyle, Jack the Frosting moves to the big city to fulfill
Give
his
us
dreams
Holo
of becoming a
Death.
world-renowned
Yes.
hairstylist.
Thanks for saving your
Holo
life, stranger.
War Crimes, let's
I
go.
needed rescuing that bad since that time I worked for Elon.
Anytime, kid, anytime. Sawcon. Never heard of it. Might actually be something I'd want to get tickets for. Wait, what are these 6 stars at the top of
What are
Yeah.
you doing? Saving Dream stands was not part of your contract.
I can't rest until the kids are safe. Dateline NBC can only do so much.
It's not so simple, Raiden. He produces his content legally and only hangs around preschools on weekends.
Hold that thought.
Wait,
Raiden,
what?
The FDA finally catches up with our cereal slicist after years of butchery in an unsanitary cooking environment. Raiden does to a car door what a horse did to me when I was 7 and fends off a police onslaught in a quirky new sitcom.
Trick the
Guys, what-
feds, goddammit.
freaking- I give up. I enjoyed this section of the game as it really makes you feel like living in an urban environment. I mean, they really got everything spot on, from the outlet stores, subterranean railways. Is anyone out there? Okay, wait, where am I? The giant mechs,
Yeah, I mean, do you not deal with giant mix when you walk
the
to...
crime rate. But I did have a feeling something was missing. Oh wait, there he is. Hello, Raiden. This is your good friend, George Orwell. Just kidding. Us meeting here was by no means a coincidence. And check it out. I'm on a building and a billboard, and I'm trying to make an announcement. Raiden is a bitch. My sword is a tool of justice. Will you shut up, man? Seriously, what is your deal? I took the Myers-Briggs personality test and kept getting
Holo
depressed.
Warfare will have
And that gives you
VTubers that have
permission to
human
gerrymander
hybrids
your
from military
opponent's
vehicles like
code you
F-12.
know?
Just do F-22.
And listen for a second.
Hell yeah.
is that the guy who said PogChamp wasn't funny?
You bitch! I'm not actually a cop, I just wanted to fit in. What is this?
Oh god, that must mean I'm unfunny. I can't take this shit,
I
man.
bought my badge on Wish.com, I shouldn't even be here. Knock it off! Can't you see, Jack? How will you repent for your irredeemable actions?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you,
World
Chief. That
record
was
sped
always
running
something very
5
funny to
stages
me.
of grief. Punished Venom Rick Beato emotionally strains himself across the street, dodging precarious hazards like cars and other unmoving objects. We made it. The entire state building. It's Empire State Building, and we're in Denver.
How pleased you are to chop away, Jack the Ripper.
God damn it.
My name is Monsoon of the Shitposters Initiative. Go Go Gadget Salami Lid.
The salami
Oh no. Of all the people to get voicing that.
Why can't you be like normal supervillains?
We're an organization of enlightened individuals who found the military
There it
complex
is.
quite simple, really. So tell me, who saves the cringe from the man who saves the cringe?
You're the ones trolling them, encouraging their behavior. Of course they get bullied. Cause you make it funny as hell, bro.
Troll or be trolled, Jack. Jake Paul taught me that.
Ah!
Free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. We're all pawns controlled by something greater. Memes, the DNA of the soul. They shape our posts, our culture. Expose someone to sped up GIFs long enough, they will learn to get real.
How about full of shit? Is that a meme?
Now there's a pretty meme. Exquisite. So what you gonna do? Cope about it or become like me, an epic Quora gamer? Observe how I twirl my pens in class.
You're right.
Wait, what?
I thought I could just walk off
God
the internet
fucking
into a
damn
normal life. But if killing soldiers is cringe, then I guess that makes me the lol cow.
But based?
Doctor, turn off my thud inhibitors.
Hey yo, cringe check.
It was a joke. I didn't think you'd actually do it.
Jesus Christ, I literally have a titanium fedora, and I'm starting to think that this is getting edgy.
That made me love so much. Jack the Ripper, was it? You know what he did to prostitutes, right? Well, how about I treat you like one? He killed them. I'm gonna kill you.
It'll be no match for my PNG Jutsu.
PNG Jutsu. That's fucking goddamn. God, nah, I'd win. I probably won't watch the second one right now. I do want to get some work done, but it was fucking funny. Oh, that was some good fun. That was some very good fun. You enjoyed? Yeah, no, I'll definitely, if I don't watch it on stream, I'm definitely going to watch it later this afternoon, though. Because that was just very fun. Calls this a Pokemon as well. To be fair, it does look like that one dog from Sword and Shield, I think it is, right? Especially at this stage when it's got no motion to it. Which the funny part is that in a sense, like, this was originally designed to be a rip off is it Sif? Sif is the name? The boss from Dark Souls. Where did the inspiration of dog with sword in mouth come from? Because my first exposure was Sif. I don't think Sif came up with it. Or like, the Dark Souls stuff came up with it, but it would probably be like just general legend culture. Is my first thought on the matter. Dark Souls design. I mean, we could always look it up. What's the actual name of it again? Is it the one you mentioned earlier? The Zaitan or whatever? Because often if you go on to thing. That Zycane, okay. That one. I think that's it. So there's often some little bit of stuff about it. In addition, Fiend may be referred to Lady the Lake. This. Resemble a wolf, one spawn. And the story of wounds parallels the okay, so it's possibly a reference to King Arthur. There you go. One of the famous examples of folklore and similar properties only be asked what would happen to the two eyes. Another example is Greek. It's called praise to the planet fox. Never be caught and had to be turned into the paradox. Additionally, the crucifixion. Yeah, so according to this, it's probably King Arthur-y sort of thing. So it may have been inspiration from the Dark Souls boss. I don't think it's impossible to kind of suggest that, but it's probably not like the whole origin of it. The fact that like it says there that there's a lot of parallels with it and the King Arthur legend kind of actually says a lot more to it probably just being that. It's always fascinating looking at origins of Pokemon as well. Why and the best part is a lot of people misinterpret and misunderstand what an origin means. It means that there was inspiration from it and nothing more. There we go. The swords can maybe be inspired by Excalibur, but yeah, the two wolves are Skull and Hardy, sons of Fenrir. Ah, okay. That would actually explain quite a bit, yeah. But Henry inspired. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's the thing as well. I give Powerworld a lot of credit, where like they did try and do all of their inspiration and idea crafting based off of their own origins and sources. Which is again exactly what Pokemon does. So therefore, like, this is why the fun part is Pokemon designs are not original. Almost none are. They're all very mascotinized versions of pre-existing legend and folklore. So, as an example, a vast majority of them are just yokai and shit like that, right? I mean, fuck it. Magikarp Gyarados is one of the most famous legends of the koi fish that turns into a dragon, right? I believe that's it. Or is it a koi fish? It's a fish of some kind, a very particular one. And it's like, it's supposed to swim upstream, and once it swims all the way, it becomes a dragon. Yeah, that's literally what that is. It splashes around, and it suffers all the way through, and then it gets to the end, and it's fucking a god. Well, not a god, but a dragon, which is pretty fucking insane. There we go. Moves by rolling, which makes no sense if it's not to make you think of Wooloo from Sword and Shield. Yeah. Again, in a sense. A lot of the designs hit close to the Pokemon, but are ultimately their ideas as well. Yeah, even if they're like not this, even if they're very similar or based off of, they're still transitive, which means that they're still within the scope of acceptability when it comes to that legal stuff. Because again, this is the fun part of a lot of these sorts of legal things. If Pokemon sued them for that, which they did, and they can't, they would have to therefore themselves be open for suing of the same thing. Because again, they have like Kappa and stuff like that in there. They have all sorts of different yokai and all sorts of different little legend things. All these things that come together, they would open themselves up to being sued for the same sort of rationale of anything that ever came before it, which would not be hard. They were already a stolen concept, technically. Just did it louder and better. And that's kind of the important thing to acknowledge. So that's why it's really insulting that what they tried to do was sue Palworld the way that they have. Which is such a roundabout shitty method and leaves a really bad stain, because if this is successful, it sets the tone. That now large companies can just go, fuck you, we're gonna roundabout this shit. Like, I've done so much research into it because I was very, very curious, and it does actually drastically impact it. Funny video I sent if you don't mind. Sure, give me a sec. Oh, it's about the lawsuit? Dare I ask? Let's have a look, see what this person has to say on the matter.
Take a moment and think about what you want in life. Close your eyes. Go ahead. Think of that car, that life, that woman. Think about the man you want to be. Now open your eyes. You see that? That's a cease and desist letter. I'm suing you now. When you closed your eyes and thought you violated my patent, you sick son of a bitch, say goodbye to your savings. What, are you gonna cry now? Jesus Christ, hang on. Okay, so here's what we've got. You've just violated our other patent for crying like a little bitch after getting sued. You stupid motherfucker. Don't have that surprised look on your face, because we patented that too. Cease and desist. Just do yourself a favor. Be a man and just pay the licensing fee, all right? Thank you. Except now paying legal extortions is another patent of ours.
This isn't actually that far off.
Now you're living under a bridge. Don't worry, we'll check up on you in a month. But so help me God, if you live in a box that even resembles a ball-like object, we're taking the fucking bridge. That's how it's done, folks. Hi, we're flicking over to the little guy, and we represent Nintendo in the upcoming lawsuit against Palworld. Here at Nintendo, we believe that innovation is for...
I'm gonna be honest, that's not even an inaccurate kind of like representation of what's happening, and it's really upsetting that is. It's so sad.
Bad lawyers. Many have argued that this lawsuit isn't right. Others that it was to be expected. Some say, how can Pokemon do this when Pokemon itself was built on stolen ideas? They yell, have you no honor? Honor? You can't wear honor, but you can wear Armani suits. And that, my good pimp, is what patent trolling will buy you. To quote every movie from the 80s, it's nothing personal, it's just business. Chartreuse Ethiopian plywood, by the way. It's not being the first to do it, it's being the first to patent it. Learn these words. Patent. Some people diddle the fiddle to those nocturnal flicks. Here at Nintendo, it is company policy that you knock one out at least once a week to the United States patent database. Do you seriously think that we would improve our games to compete with the competition? This fucking guy. Why would we hire more talent when we can just make more patents? And don't get patent infringement confused with copyright infringement. Copyright is how we kill the fans. Patents is how we kill the competition. Patents are the real Nintendo exclusive, not that greasy Italian multi-million drug addict? You wanna know what those
Ouch.
patents are? Go fish, bitch! Make a game and you'll find out. I guarantee it. Just between Pokemon and Nintendo, we have 28 patents. And I know you're thinking, if you have all these patents, well, why didn't you just sue right away? Because you guessed it, we were making more patents. Sub-patents. The patents where you turn one patent into 3 patents. You always gotta work the sub-patents. Sub-patents are where you go, hey, on second thought, what I meant by that main patent that we filed back a few years ago was that shit right there selling 10 million copies. Strike a main patent down and we'll split it into 2 more patents, 4 more patents, 8 more patents, 16 more patents, 32 more patents. We fucking love patents.
I made 300 patents in the last 20 days, motherfucker.
And once those got approved, that's when we hit Pocket Pair with lawsuit, lawsuit, lawsuit. Watch your hair. Here comes another lawsuit. Here's a rag to wipe off all that lawsuit. And the beautiful thing about all these lawsuits is we don't have to win. They just have to lose. Don't think this works? Spoken like somebody who shops at Marshall's.
Okay, so I think I know where he's going with this. I want to just put in my little 2 cents here. So that is actually the problem with this legal thing, if we're talking seriously. The problem is, it's not that, like... So the amount of money that they're having to ask for is actually not that much. Right? This is really small of a deal. And all they'll need to do is, like, alter the game or something like that, and... There's very simple things. But the problem is, it's what it stands for. Is now that this has been... if they are successful with this, it opens every large-scale company up to going, you know what? We can just patent everything and no one's allowed to be creative anymore. Imagine, in my case, for example, Vampire Survivors. They patented their game. I would not be allowed to make my game. Just outright. And that is just disgusting. Do I think patent does have space? Yes, but not in the gaming sphere for gaming mechanics. That is not something that's acceptable. Because that is equivalent to going, you know what? You're kicking a ball around, but you're not playing soccer. I've got a patent on soccer. You're not allowed to kick a ball around. I'm going to sue you for a shitload of money. I just said that to a bunch of 5-year-old kids at the park. That's basically what this means. And that is so beyond unacceptable. Because it just means that there's no creativity allowed. We're already still pissed at fucking Warner Brothers for patenting the Nemesis mechanic for Shadow of Mordor. Because fun fact, that's patent. No one can touch that fucking mechanic unless they are out of fear of fucking lawsuit for a long time. And that's disgusting. There is a lot of games that were going like, you know what, we'll add that, that'll be cool, and they couldn't. Because the moment, if they did, they would get slammed. And that is the problem. It is a scumbag move to try and do this shit. And it is just beyond uncool and okay. As game developers, we should herald things and go, hey, this is what we've done. We shouldn't have to show how it's done, but you should show that it's done. Let people figure that out from there on. If you're so insecure with your brand that you can't fucking fathom people doing something slightly similar, then that means you've probably fucked up somewhere else. And as this made a joke at, it's like, instead of improving your game, you're gonna sue the fuck out of your opponents. I'm sorry, what? Remember, it was the case back in the day with good old Dead Rising? They wanted to sue Dead Rising for zombies in a supermarket right after the premiere of Dawn. It failed. Yeah. There was 2 patent lawsuits around game mechanics that have existed for a very long time. And the main ones for those are, like I said, the Warner Brothers one with the Nemesis system. And then there was also one, I think it's now fallen out of patent range, which is minigames and load screens. There was a game that was made fucking ages ago that patented that shit. And you couldn't... So that's fun fact. We've never been allowed to have proper minigames in load screens because of that. Because there's a patent. Yeah. Realize we could have had way more fun of load screens for the longest time if some fucking douchebags didn't think, haha, let's patent this. Do I think if you make, like, a very particular dish or something, you should be allowed to patent it. Or if you make a device to do something, you should not be allowed. I think those should be patented 100% of the time. Do I think that your game itself should be patented? So, like, I don't know, Tomb Raider. It's like, it's a game about doing all this stuff. Yeah, sure. But, like, not mechanics. Especially knowing that one of the mechanics is literally throwing a sphere in 3D space to add a creature to add it to your party. That is one of the mechanics that they patent. That is such a loose concept that the fun thing is they have to go after World of Warcraft for as well. Because World of Warcraft breaches that. The problem is, that's such an old copyright argument there that they immediately lose any legitimacy of the patent. So the problem as well that people might not understand is because of the way the courts work, they can actually only apply for an appeal and then apply for an appeal on the patent because there is such pre-existing thing. Because rule of these systems is that if it was done before, it goes in priority. So what I mean by that is it's basically existing art takes priority. So if you try and patent something and it's already been done, even if it wasn't patented at the time, you cannot rightfully patent it. This one's a really weird one because technically they owned the patent but not properly. They patented it back with Legends Arceus, but they finalized it only recently. And that's where the weirdness comes in. So it's really interesting what's going to happen with the courts on that one.
Shop at Old Navy, crew shirts, 100% cotton, $8. Wash it once and it's a crop top that suffocates you. Go fuck yourself. Oh, I'll tell you how much this works. We've got a mobile game that paid us $20 million because they had the audacity to include shadows in their game and a few other things. Little Venezuelan Paco tried making a Game Boy and we sued him so hard, Venezuela no longer exists. Go ahead, look at Google Earth. Shit's not there anymore. And we would have used this tactic on Brother Gabe for making that knockoff Switch, but the previous legal team only made patents for a shitty handheld device, that can't run our own games at a stable 30 FPS, and a shitty handheld device that can be docked so you can see how shitty the game runs on your 4K TV. This oversight is also why the previous legal team has since committed Sudoku and no longer practices law or life. Now at this point you may be wondering, what's the end game with all this patent trolling? Our real goal is to leverage patents against the entire world. This doesn't stop at gaming. We hold the patent for throwing balls at monsters with a probability chance. Say goodnight, Tinder. We have the patent for casting shadows from behind a tree. Goodbye, shadows. See that orphanage? We're tearing it down. What patent did they violate? None. Here's another Kirby game. Look, you've already forgotten about it. We hold the patent for riding animals. Remember that chick from the bar last week?
Yeah.
You rode her. Here's your cease and desist letter. We hold a patent for a ball that contains monsters. Let's take a step back. What is the Earth if not one giant ball that holds monsters? God, I hope you have good lawyers because the licensing fee is gonna be massive. I'm talking 50 million Argentinian pesos. Good thing they didn't just replace the ball with cards like Temtem, right, guys?
So yeah, no, that's pretty accurate though for a lot of the stuff. But yeah, no, like, because it's World of Warcraft did the pets battle system in like 2001, yeah, I think that's about it. So this is the thing, is like, there is actually legitimately no way that this should work, unless we deal with the situation which is Pokemon/Nintendo get favoritism in the local courts in Japan. This is where it's getting handled. It's getting handled in local courts. In Japan courts. So if they get the favoritism that is expected, and they win from this leaves us all in a really bad situation, because yeah, it's going to affect the globe. It's going to become a global movement all of a sudden. Temtem was there for so long, so yeah, like that's the thing, is it only went after it because it was so satirical and so successful that it proved, hey, you know what? You fucked up with Scarlet Violet, but we didn't. We didn't drop the ball, and they're awesome people over at Palworld. That's why I say, like, again, this money isn't big to them. They could pay this, and it would be fine. But it's either they would have to then pay a licensing fee, or they would have to alter the game's mechanics and alter any way of being able to play it otherwise. So you would have all of those problems. Which is just beyond a scope that is acceptable, and it's just... It is purely to waste their time and drain them out. Because the other problem is that this kind of court situation isn't a short one. To anyone that's going like, oh, this is gonna... It's like, the smartest thing to do, if you're wanting the company to be successful, is settle outside of court. But they're gonna take them to court. And that means they're gonna be in a fucking endeavor for like a year or two, if I recall correctly. So this is a very long-term thing. But I'm glad that they've dedicated to fight, because that's, again, it's not a fight for Pal World, it's not a fight for Poker Pair, it's a fight for fucking gaming in general. And that's the upsetting part of it all. Yeah, like, I stand by, all of the best Pokemon games that have come out in the last few years are ones that didn't come, that came out of third party, right? Like, Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus was not a Game Freak game, it was a third party game. It was an external studio that worked on that one, and holy shit, that was genuinely maybe the best Pokemon game of all time. In my personal opinion. Like, it embodies exactly what was always, I feel, intended with Pokemon. And that's not a light thing to kind of give as praise. Like, holy shit. Like, the only reason I say it's, like, arguable is because I still love fucking Heart Gold to the end of days. But, like, Legends Arceus encapsulates exactly what I think the vision of Pokemon always has been, truly. And just the best part of that. So, yeah, it's not something that I feel like is acceptable that then the moment that got, like... Because that was the thing, is writing off of that game, we heard about Scarlet and Violet, and we heard that was also going to basically be that same sort of style, except the quality of it was far, far worse. I bought both Scarlet and Violet because I kind of wanted to play a more official version of Arceus, basically. See what they could do with a higher budget rating. They fucking did worse. I can't be happy with that. Even Arceus was mid in respects, but yeah, it's something new, something that was finally pushed Pokemon in 3D element. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is if we actually sat there and, like, pulled apart Legends Arceus, realistically speaking, it is, in a sense, not a phenomenally unique concept or game. It's, again, it's just a refinement kind of game, outside of the fact that it was that 3D space, but it did everything right. Like, there was not an element to that game that I think was bad, truly. Like, they had all of the aspects of it, made a lot of sense, it worked out. The story was actually really cool and compelling to me. Even though I'm not someone that played in that region, because that was the black and white region, I believe. Right? It did everything it needed to, right? Exactly, and that was the thing at the end of the day. Is it? No, it's Diamond and Pearl, right? I think I did play a little bit of Diamond and Pearl, but not much. Yeah, it's Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, no, I did play that. I just don't remember it very well. No, I did play in that region. What's the next one? It's X and Y, right? Because I remember there is another Legends coming out. This Diamond and Pearl region, yeah. Because it was Palkia and Dialga and then Giratina, yeah. And Arceus, obviously, because that's when they introduced the actual large-scale PowerPoint of the universe. Yeah, no, it's because what is the next one? It's XY, right? Is it XY? Yeah. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna wait on that game. Even though it's a Legends game, I'm just not gonna, fucking play it, until I hear that it's not buggy and shitty. However, I will not deny I'm definitely excited for it. As long as it's handled even similar to Legends Arceus, I'm fucking excited. Even though I didn't play XY. Actually, do I? No, I never played XY. I never played XY at all. So I have no idea what to expect from that storyline. Because so of the Pokemon games I can recall off the top of my head, I played the shit out of Blue. I played the shit out of Gold and Heart Gold. I think I played Silver once. I played through Sapphire a bunch. I think I played through a little bit of Diamond. And then I played a little bit of like half of Moon. And then Legends Arceus and a little bit of Scarlet or Violet. I can't remember which one though. I think it was Scarlet. Like that's basically my experience with the game. The games of Pokemon. And so the problem is, like, Pokemon Blue particularly, and Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold take up so much of my game time that, like, arguably I'm still a massive Pokemon fan. So I won't dispute that in the slightest. Alright, I'm gonna go quickly to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec, and then we'll finish up with the other side of the legs run animation, and then we can see what this looks like in game. Obviously, you also need to do body-altering movement, but you know, that's how it goes. Woot woot, I've got some boots. Alright, and we're back. Oh, also, one thing I do kind of want to talk on that's pretty cool is I got one of my first cards from the US turn up. One of my first magic cards. If I turn on... There we go. This card here. Which, to explain this card, it is called Helioid, the Radiant Dawn. It is a 4 mana for 2 whites, specifically. A 4/4. When this enters the battlefield, return target enchantment card that isn't a god from your graveyard to your hand, which is really good for the enchantment deck, because it gives me a soft bit of recursion. Then, this card has a 3 mana and a blue, I think it's a Atraxis mana. It's the one where you can either pay 1 blue or 2 health. And then it transforms this, only activate as a sorcery, and then the swap side is Helioid the Warped Eclipse, which is really, really good, by the way. You may cast spells as though they had flash, and spells cast one less to cast for each card the opponent has drawn this turn. So, I talked about this before, with the combo that I have of this deck, where it's the rooms and enchantments kind of build. The idea with this card is that I can relatively easily swap this over, and then I can get the room that wins me the game out on the instep of my last opponent, and it means that unless they interact with it, like, pretty directly, I can kind of fuck them up. Is it worth money? The card did not cost that much, if I recall correctly. We can actually have a look, real quickly. Give me a second. I can't show exactly how much and everything, because this does show my address, but I can have a quick look at TCG to see how much it cost. Because, yeah, if I show the market stuff that, like, of what I've bought, it shows my address, obviously. And I can't exactly do that. Account, order history. That one. There we go. That's the password for it. Alright, so Helioid, that was a $5 $6 US card. So it's not expensive, but it's more the fact that, like, if I go to the order history, so it was $5.61 for the subtotal, and then the shipping was like $3. And that was one of the cheapest shippings I paid for across the board. There was one card, and I'm not kidding, the shipping cost $20 US. And it was a single card for $2.50. One card, or the booster pack, one card. Helioid was one card. I'm ordering singles at this point. So it is a single order of Helioid the Radiant Dawn, showcase version specifically. From the TCG Marketplace, is it called? TCG Player. It's one of the, like, US's big marketplaces, this one. Christ, trust me when I say there are some cards you would prefer not to know the costs of. For the most part, I've tried to keep cards under, like, $1 when I can. But, like, there are some that are just absolutely obscene. So there, that's the website there. But yeah, like, that's where you get a lot of your market price things, and that's where, I wouldn't know, yeah. It gets very expensive with some cards. I mean, keep in mind that there's a reason why I'm gonna probably spend a fair bit of money next year, early on, for the Instant Remastered stuff. I'm still trying to decide how I want to approach that, because I do really badly want an Edgar Markov, which, to give an idea, in this deck you can see him here. So this is Edgar Markov right here. He's a very good card, but he's had a low print rating. This is one of the cheapest options for him, which is basically $80 US for the single card. And if you think I'm kidding when I say that's one of the cheapest versions, yeah, so that's estimated at 100. That's estimated at 80. Don't know for that one, because there's no relative. This one's going to probably go for a shitload, because there's only going to ever be 500 copies of this card. I do not want this version. This version looks ugly to me. This is $120. This is the $83 version. And this one just doesn't even have a price tag, which probably means that it's an obscene amount, if it's sellable at all. My life was better before I learned that information. Trust me when I say this isn't even the most expensive card I have a list of wanting to get. That's the sad part. This deck costs about $800 US to build, if I was to build it as stands. Admittedly, that's because of, like, a handful of specific cards. Specifically, this one here. Because any variant of it is like $40 US. And I'm just like, fuck it, I want to get the secret layered version because it's about the same price as the rest. To be fair, it's a really strong card. It's just because, one, it's a strong card, and two, it's not reprinted very often. That's always the painful part of it. If this ends up getting reprints in, like, whatchamacallit, Instant Remastered, then it will probably come down a little bit, but not by much. Because, like, if I go through here, so this was probably one of the cheaper versions of this. This comes to $20 US for this card. That's $30 US. That's 28. That's the card I want to get, which ironically enough doesn't actually always cost that much. It costs a little bit less sometimes. There's that one which looks horrendously awful, I'll be honest. And then there's this one, which is I think one of the originals. And it's also still like 30. But I want to get this one because it's Asterion and he's hot. So again, to iterate why this card is super broken and super good, this is an enchantment, which means it's just on the battlefield, so unless you have enchantment removal, there's not really any way to interact with this. When an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. Now you might think, that's pretty meh, right? Like, it's a good effect. It means that you get a lot of health, potentially, if you're quite aggro. Do you want to know why this is really broken? It's because this works with... So there's this effect, which it's not just on Exquisite Blood, but it's mainly the one here. Then you get Sanguine Bond, which is kind of its opposite partner, which is also got an Asterion version, much cheaper, obviously. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Now, hang on a minute. If I gain life whenever an opponent loses life, but whenever I gain life, an opponent loses that much life, doesn't that create a... Yes, it does. Welcome to an infinite loop. If you basically deal 1 damage or heal 1 health, you have won the game. Outside of them being able to actually interact and stop you. Yes, it is that potent of an effect. It is a two card infinite combo that just wins the game. If they do not remove that, you just need to deal... An opponent needs to take 1 damage, or you need to heal 1 health. That is all that needs to happen. And this is a vampire deck. Healing is not a difficult thing for me to do. Dealing damage is also not a difficult thing for me to do. Especially this one's designed to be a tempo deck, primarily. Like a tempo aggro. I do not like two card combos to win the game like this. This feels a bit scummy, especially knowing how easy it is to activate and how much redundancy you can get. As an example, Bloodthirsty Conqueror, which also is a $30 US card, is whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much. Yes, it is a replacement for Exquisite Blood, except it's on a 5/5 body that has Flying and Death Touch. This is a very good card. Like, a very, very good card. Then there's also Veto, which is the other part of the combo. When you gain life, opponent loses that much life, which is a nice simple one. But you can see creatures gain lifelink, which is basically when they deal damage, you heal for that amount. There's a lot of lifelink in this deck. There's a lot of ways to ping for 1 damage as well. Like, that's the point of this deck, is it's supposed to be a very, very good tempo deck. It's relatively low cost curve, keeping on the 2s and 3s and up to 4s kind of as the top end. And for the most part, being able to just consistently play out cards. Having good answers and good damage across the board for each of those answers as well. There is a couple of cards in here that are added purely because I kind of wanted to add them, and I tried to find ways to slot them in. Asterion is a good example of that. He is a 6 mana card that probably doesn't need to be in this deck, but he does offer me a win con as well. Which, by the way, his win con is really obscene. Basically, Death Touch lifelink, at the beginning of your end step, choose 1. Target opponent loses life equal to the amount of life they lost this turn. So if they got dealt more than half their health, goodbye, get fucked. Or friends, you gain life equal to the amount you gained this turn, which could be potentially a lot of health. Especially with the amount of ways that like this could loop into other effects, it gets obscene. One example is this $40 US card. If an opponent would lose life during your turn, they lose twice as much in life instead. That immediately makes that Asterion not really actually care how much damage you dealt, because the damage you dealt got amplified. Awesome. Cool. Then the damage that Asterion would deal would also get amplified. So I basically need to take out a 30 of health and you're dead. Cool. Can you see why this deck can be a bit of an ass move? The weakness this deck has is board removal. I do not actually have as much recursion in this deck as I could. I will openly admit to that. But I've also got so much just constant pressure theoretically coming out of it that it should make up for it. There's also a card like this, good old Vampiric Tutor, which is a $40 US card. This is not a cheap deck, nor is it intended to be. This was never intended to be a simple deck to get. This is supposed to be my try-hardy deck that I play for winning, especially because of Eka Markov, as an example of why that's been the case. If you're wondering, this has what's called an Eminence effect. Eminence effects are basically only printed like once, and for good reason. Eminence means whenever you cast another vampire spell, if this card is in the command zone or the battlefield, create a 1/1 vampire, a black vampire creature token. Very rarely do cards interact from the command zone. There is ways for them to get out of the command zone easier, like Command Ninjutsu and all sorts of like that. But very rarely do they actively create a permanent effect on your board that cannot be dealt with unless they get polymorphed. The only weakness Edgar Markov has is if he goes onto the board and someone transforms him. That is it. There is a few cards like that, and almost all of them are some of the strongest cards in the game. The Dragon is another example where it makes your dragons cost 1 less, and that's from the command zone that effect can occur. Which just basically means your entire deck may cost 1 less than normal. Which is obscene. But yeah, there's a lot of ways that this deck kind of keeps into going and stuff. I mean, like, this is a Elenda Dusk Rose is a great potent engine for me. It's whenever another creature dies, put a 1/1 counter on her. When she dies, create basically white vampires with lifelink based on her power. Like how many of them, which is nice. I've also got Saint of Dusk, which is a great card as well. Because it's basically just a solid body on the board that would not be hard for me to meet its conditions because we have so many vampires with lifelink. Like, I have a lot of cards that when they come down, they're going to be attention. That's the problem with this deck, is that this deck is a deck that's going to get me a lot of attention in a negative way. I mean, fuck, I've even got Drana and Linvala, which is a Vampire Angel. That basically is just, no one can activate their effects. I get all of their effects. And I can cast it as if it was any mana, so I can just cast all of everyone's abilities. So if you had a really powerful cast thing, but you had maybe some difficult conditions to get to it, I don't give a shit, I can do it now. It's really, really strong, because it locks out a lot of different ways of playing, and that's the point. I mean, arguably, one of the weakest cards of this is this card, and I want to add it because it looks so cute. But it's also not bad. It's basically, when it attacks, the defending player chooses a non-legendary, so you see how that says legendary there. A non-legendary creature in my grave. It comes back with a +1/+1 counter on it, and it's a vampire in addition. So it means that they have to actively choose cards, and because of the deck, there's actually not that many fucking non-legendary creatures that I do not like. I want to see them come back. So much of this is good. Like, oh no, you brought back Welcoming Vampire or Vengeful Blood Witch. You do not want to bring these back, but you don't have much of a fucking choice. Hell, Vampire of the Dire Moon is probably one of the best ones to bring back with it, and it's still a Death Touch lifelink. Like, that is the beauty of it, is that there is not many good answers. And I love that. But yeah, like, I have a lot of board buffs for vampires, a lot of good vampire spells, yada yada yada. Keep myself going quite well. I mean, the fact that Bloodline Keeper isn't a fucking legendary is also obscene to me. Because this card's insane. This is a board-wide buff for +2/+2 to vampires. And it's a fucking 5/5 that I can tap to just make a vampire. Just make a 2/2 vampire that's flying onto the battlefield. Because yeah, the tokens are... There's a lot of vampire tokens. There's Vampire Rogue, Vampire, 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 and Vampire. I think this is the vampire that comes out of Edgar Markov. This is the vampire that comes out of the Bloodline Keeper. This might be the one that comes out of Alanda? Yeah, it's like that. There's a lot. And I've been slowly playing with that and tweaking it more and more to make it both more affordable and just better. Because that's the other thing, is I've learned so much from making my decks now that I have, that I know, like, oh, well, this card's actually just not as good as it needs to be, or, you know what, it's okay that this deck only has this many board wipe protections, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I have enough recursion to come back in to not mind. Again, the benefit I have is as long as Edgar is not basically transformed, I have a way of generating a board very easily with tokens. I also, one of the cards I added to it recently was enchantments. It was an enchantment that gives my units haste. So it means that, like, I can be hyper aggro. Like, way more aggro than I should be. Because I can just throw my 1/1s at it, and then if I have, like, I think it's Cordial Vampire, the one that's, like, when something dies, it pings. Like, holy shit. I can just fucking keep throwing trash at people, and they just die eventually. and have a few things left behind a block. It's not hard. It's like, oh no, you've got like fucking death touch? Oh, well, guess one of my fucking trash things dies. I've also got a good bit of flying in that deck, which is the more impressive part to me. Because, like, that's something I should mention, by the way, is flying. I mean, I don't have any reach, but I have flyers. I have a lot of flyers, which means that I can block flyers. And I mean, Bloodline Keeper creates 2/2 flying trash mobs if I tap him, which is good. Okay, and then we do this. Okay, and now if I move the basic frame thing. Now, obviously, we need to add a bit of movement to the body, but that gives us an idea. Okay, there we go. Oh boy. Alright. Oh. Okay, nice and calm. Okay. I mean, that's not too bad. There's some tweaks that could be done to the hair to add, like, a little bit of motion. Still feels a little stiff, but I feel like most of the stuff feels quite right for the pacing of it. I think we'll go with that for now. I think anything more is, just asking for an obscene amount of effort. Especially knowing that we're still just wanting to get the update fucking out at this point, right? Alrighty, so with that being the case, export sprite sheet. Idle. Alright, let's toss those into the game. So this isn't going to import exactly how I want it to, because it's going to be weird. So I actually have to... The easiest way to do this is going via this. Alright, let's see how this goes in game. So, hopefully now it means that when a boss would spawn, it is a random chance between Doggo and Party Beast. No, I want to play as Cinder still, because Cinder is fucking absurd. There's some really great power and scaling. I'm gonna force level a fair bit in this one. This should be enough. Yeah, we are vaporizing enemies at this stage, but it's not too surprising, because again, we are overscaled. Because we speed scaled a bunch of things. Ooh, we might need to reorientate her splash art. Okay, nearly at a boss spawn. He be fast. That's not too surprising. Oh yeah, he's also not going to be aligned correctly. Yeah. Okay. Know what's wrong with him. So, there's a few things that are wrong there. One of the main ones is the frame rate. And the next one is alignment. There we go. Awesome. So that's Doggo more or less like tossed in pretty simply and easily, right? Oh my god. So there is a Twitter that I just saw. It's very funny. To me, there's a Twitter called Did Jimmy Carter Die Today? And overall it's no one really gave a shit about them, all that. And then just, yeah, so Jimmy Carter has passed away. And it's really funny because it's just they put up, no, yes. Fucking community notes, man. Sometimes they just do not fucking hold back. I love that shit. And I love it's just like, it was yesterday. No, it wasn't. Accept your defeat, my man. Accept your defeat. That's really funny. Alright, but yeah, I just find Twitters like that, scenarios like that funny. I don't know. Community notes have been one of the most entertaining things to have been added to Twitter since, under Elon's stupidity. And before someone goes, but Elon's like, no, the vast majority of things that has happened under Elon's management and or purchasing of the company, whatever you want to describe it as, has been overall not really great, but community notes is the only good thing. Actually, let me correct, it's the most notable of the good things. The others are very minor and not really worth talking about. There have been improvements to certain things, but overall, I would consider what the direction that Twitter has gone a negative, comparatively. I do think that there is a little bit more openness for speech on there by comparison, but I just do not think it was worth some of the stupidity that's been added through for it. Alright, so yay, we have another boss in the game. That's pretty much that, right? Not hard to edit either. That's the other benefit. Like, okay, so that's the thing that needs to kind of be acknowledged with this, is that, like, it is assets. Assets are the thing that are holding back the current update, really. There's a couple of things that I could do to clean up and fix, but, like, overall, blame that. Trying to speed level this all up. There we go. V7, V7, V8, 12, V8, 12, 16. It does seem to be given it, it's just very minor. So I could probably buff how much the health is giving. Or, is the slow affecting it? No? Knockback probably? Yeah, so we want to just keep taking damage, because it's fine. Dude, we heal up so fucking much, so fucking fast. I'm just gonna force level 41, 42, 42, 43, 16, 44, 16, 45, 19. 46, 19. Kinda need another boss. Okay, there's something I might need to do with the spawn points, that I'm seeing be a bit of the case. We'll see. But, like, some of them that are the wall ones are causing issues. Because I'll spawn on the wall and then get nudged far enough in the wall. I was using, is it just using flat arm? I do kind of love this about Iron Mouse's builds, though. Like, if you get kind of these sort of things going for her, she just can't die easily. Yeah, I don't think it's using percentage. Cool. I'll just go check that quickly. Player items. Yeah, it's not using the correct thing. Alright. Now that it'll actually take into consideration percentage armor instead of just flat armor, that's a big improvement to it. There is an argument to be made. I should probably take in consideration health regen timed by health regen amp. Or like a health amp, a healing amp. There is a very valid argument for that. But if I'm doing that, I might have to smack values again. Because that's gonna just get obscene very, very quickly on the thing. Oh my god. Someone has made a mod for... I'm just gonna have to keep this muted, but I want to look at this. Someone's made the fucking Doki Bird model for the fucking idol chick in Marvel Rivals. Again, I'm gonna have to mute the audio because it's things. Dude, that is actually so good though. It's so fucking cool. Alright. Oh god, alright. So now that we've got that sorted, FF A040. 0C0. Cool. Zero 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 if if 00 404040. Zero zero if yeah. If a same as this one. Didn't realize that. Oops. Okay, there we go. That stops a lot of those things looking like errors when they're not. Okay, God, this is gonna be I had to do the version number at some point. This has been like such a wild amount of version stuff because I haven't even pushed again. Fucking eons. Probably gonna have to just like soft rewrite all of the version number ruling, or like the version point at some point when I get the time. Okay. Alright, what am I looking at? Alright, is there anything else I can think of that I should get done today as part of this list that we've read? I mean, it's just more of the same stuff, and I don't think I'm going to start on one of the other assets, so I think we'll call it here for today. I'm going to take a good bit more of a rest over the next little while, specifically this night as well, but I'm going to be trying to take as much of a rest as I can to see how it goes. Tomorrow, I might go a little late-ish tomorrow with stream, but not by a huge margin because, yeah, don't want to go late. But I do feel it's kind of fair to do like an extra couple of hours on New Year's Eve and make a like little fun talk on the year that's been, right? We are going to be playing, I think, Final Fantasy 3 to be precise, which I should probably start installing that tonight. Final Fantasy 3 tomorrow, right? Look at my own fucking thing. Yes, it's Final Fantasy tomorrow. Cool, I'm excited. Uncharted territory and all. So yeah, hopefully that goes well for me. Alright, there we go. So yeah, with that being the case, like I said, we'll call it here for today. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.